Welcome back to Workers and Resources. We're back in our republic, trying to make a living, find a way to stabilize our loyalty, which still hasn't happened, and maybe move over to using some of those newfangled horseless carriages soon. That could be a good thing. Main goal is to stabilize our higher educated citizen count and provide some stability for our orphans in the orphanage so that they gain loyalty. Expansion-wise, currently there are no real plans other than maybe increasing the amount of workers in the clothing factory. That is something we could consider doing. But other than that, well, that would tie into Best Lady growing further and becoming a larger settlement. There's still 2 houses that we were planning on building. As long as there's sufficient heating capacity, which sometimes right now doesn't look like there would be. Oh, we could do that. Our clinic is running into issues during winter because pollution plays a big part in our system of balancing our population. And I did move a lot of highly educated people out of this area. It should still be able to work, but apparently it struggles badly. Every now and then. We're building a indoor pool, seeing if that helps stabilize the happiness of the population, because then they'll be able to do sports during winter. Set up a second grocer in case one undergoes maintenance. The other one should be able to work at full capacity. Both of them are working at 10 workers each maximum, meaning that we have 50% extra capacity that we can turn on in an emergency, which I think is a reasonable safety net. More workers are still needed here. I kind of want to replace this building. I'm not sure if I would be able to do that, or if it would complain about being too close to the road slash the footpath. Footpath is dirt, we could redo that one. Maybe I'll try that. Did some testing yesterday, not of the safe game, but some in Workers and Resources. I wonder how much efficiency one loses for building always the largest power lines. Because having just the right power line, like, you do lose a lot of efficiency if your power line isn't being fully utilized. Meaning that if you build an 18 megawatt power line and you only use it at 10% capacity, you have a lot of overhead that you could use, but if you don't use it, then there's going to be some loss on the power line. So I tried like 18 megawatts, one customs house to another, 11 kilometers. Power loss was less than 1%, I think. But running it at 10%, 1.8 megawatts, it lost like 20% of its electricity on the same distance, same power line. Which was quite impressive. This building, the new house, would be very close to the heating plant again. 60 years of life expectancy is kind of what would happen, I think. Can you keep the orphanage running and not lose loyalty, please? With very few workers, close to 50% loyalty, we don't get a huge loyalty boost. I'll let the teachers do their thing. I should bring up the loyalty of everyone involved. They don't have to go to university, not everyone. %70 loyalty requirement is fairly good. It's definitely higher than the loyalty inside the university. Problem with the setup now is that some of the orphans do not go through here fast enough. They would need like a dedicated, their own school basically. I'm thinking of relocating the orphanage, to be honest, into its own little compound, its own little settlement, but having a third settlement just for the orphans. Last time we did that, it worked really well. Well, we don't have the throughput on buildings right now, so I wouldn't trust it, I don't think. So I'm gonna assign the worker officers here and just let them walk onto the construction site. Do the groundwork slowly. So next winter, we should be able to provide them a sports opportunity through winter inside the indoor pool. The indoor pool is more labor intensive, but the building is cheaper, so maintenance of the building in total is cheaper. But you need 50% more workers to deal with all of the visitors. A sports hall requires 10 workers instead of 15. But it costs 17 tons of steel and some other increased resource costs to build. So I'll stick with what we have. I like the indoor pool more, but that's like preference. Hopefully the school will produce us some very loyal students that don't finish their university education and then just join the Republic, filling up the houses with loyal people. Every building, I think, should let loyal people in. So these two checkboxes technically should be enabled for every building. However, the very high loyalty is limited currently only to this house for university educated, because that way we can force them to work in the school first and foremost. Which is where the super loyal, highly educated people are supposed to work. The ones with like 90% or higher loyalty throughout their lifetime can work in the school and push everyone's loyalty up. That's also why we limit the students based on their education, because then once they start getting an education, they go all the way through with the loyalty boosts on the way. And that hopefully keeps their loyalty quite high, or pushes it up if they suffer from low loyalty in their household. Should hopefully be a good thing. Even if not everyone finishes like basic school in time to join the university. 103 highly educated. Still need more. That throughput is not as good as it should be. "19 years old, 1.67, you should finish it. Live in the orphanage, it's 75% loyalty. Probably going to make it. Hopefully don't lose too much loyalty before you get released into the wild. But you might not be a teacher in the school. That might be too low loyalty. Oh yeah, now we have like proper statistics view. We're in a new year. So we can see what is happening to our republic without it being polluted by old data. When we reset back to 1900 once, it kinda messed with the information a bit. So we don't even have a start year anymore, it's just like, yep. This is where the republic didn't exist, but before that it also existed. Kinda weird. Come on, tutors, sort yourself out. And school children, get an education, go into the workforce with more than 50% loyalty and work in the orphanage. Please. In general, this should still be a loyalty gain. And hopefully we get enough highly educated people with 75% or higher loyalty to run the school. Only 62% productivity with 72% loyalty. It's disgusting. 80% here. Where were you? There. 93% loyalty. Well, things are ongoing. We're doing some construction work, not as many people going to the clothing factory. Still could use more. I kind of hope that like at some point there's like a small building of this. Like two versions of this. Like one that just allows vehicles to import water into it to pump it into the network, and one to just load it. Split this building up. I feel like it's too large. I mean, I guess it's cheap enough for two. It's still kind of expensive. Because further away I would probably still want to deliver it with trucks instead of building a water pipe all the way through. That seems like a little bit far. Could gain some more carriages for hazardous waste, I guess. You have some weird waste in you. So I'll tell you to all not unload hazardous waste specifically, but any waste you have. Because apparently you loaded a wrong type of waste. I'll hopefully fix it if you somehow have mixed waste on your carriage. Not sure how that happened. Okay, we're making money until the groundwork of the indoor pool is done, and then we'll import more resources again. Might be stable. Some unemployment, interesting. That'll change once we have the indoor pool, probably. It's not a lot, but 18 people is still 18 people. Might happen because lots of them are losing loyalty and are not able to work in the orphanage anymore. Hopefully the pollution will cull the older generation a little bit more effectively, so that we can put new loyal people into housing again. Basically every building should be assigned to send workers to the orphanage. It has such a high priority. Maybe we're stable now. I'm not gonna guarantee that yet. The secret police in Proskov, it's doing its job when it has workers, which it doesn't have all the time. At sometimes giving us knowledge about the loyalty inside these buildings, and then they don't send workers to our settlement of Best Lady. The water tower thing with the technical service works quite well. They have a lot of water here if something goes wrong in the main city, and they don't consume it quickly. So yeah, I really like that. Could also set up a water tower for this settlement if something goes wrong with the water treatment plant. But I digress, I don't think we need to do that. This one should probably have running water. Food production is somewhat keeping up, not very well, but it's holding. Definitely needs more workers. We're still probably importing food a lot. 8.4 tons this year, 3 months. The rest is imported crops, basically. No extra food to export. $102 highly educated, still no increase. What's the graph look like? Not great. Might need more party officials, but realistically I need more students. So I might have to lower the loyalty setting even more if I want to do that. But I might have to. 50% loyalty. We do need very loyal, highly educated people running the school, and then a general level of highly educated everywhere to run everything else. Like the university doesn't necessarily need high loyalty. It would be nice, but this is mainly saving us money, just making our own highly educated people. We need a lot of highly educated people running the secret polices everywhere. And then the clinics, because while we are trying to off a lot of people with poor pollution practices, we're not trying to kill everyone. So we're lowering the average life expectancy with pollution while treating everyone back up who survives, I guess. And that should keep our criminality low, hopefully. This building has 7%, but everyone else is below 3% or lower. And this one shouldn't rise up much as well. Seems okay. It's a weird way to play. Like, previously always like, yeah, get as many people, keep them healthy, like, make sure everyone is doing fine. This time, early start, like, What if we just don't? What if we just build a society that is not, doesn't have the best interest of everyone in mind, but the state? And the state wants high loyalty of everyone. That's the main goal. The waves of the highly educated don't arrive in the time when the students show up. It's a bit annoying. But it does work. It should work. It has to work. That's a lot of loyal people in here. Very good. Very good. I'll make sure that enough people go to university. And when they get released here with close to like 70% loyalty, hopefully, then they can study, have their loyalty drop down to 55%. Maybe they'll finish. Or there's a higher chance. Or like, it gets pulled back down to 30%. But I don't have high loyalty to fill everyone, the school and the university. I currently can't use both of them to pull the loyalty up. Maybe this house shouldn't send workers to the orphanage if it's overloaded. Maybe it should send it to the university instead. And then the orphanage. So first school, then party HQ, then orphanage. Unemployed people here. Yeah. Okay. Groundworks. Waiting for resources to be delivered. Just completed the groundworks and now we can build the building on top of it. Only a single construction phase. We could try and stabilize things with trucks, we could try and stabilize things with trains. Trucks will arrive 7 years before trains though. At least in the sense that we can build them. If a vehicle arrives here and wants to unload mixed waste, should go in this storage then. Oh no, oh crap. Have we polluted this? No. No, we have not, okay. Because I let them drop off mixed waste in here. Could have happened that the horse carriage loaded it directly. Thankfully it didn't happen. We still are on clean metal, scrap and ash only. Very good. Okay, I think we're culling the population efficiently. I don't think I need another house right next to the heating plant for the moment. But I do think we need a large heating plant. The question is 400 meters going to be enough? Or like 500 meters. Maybe on this side, maybe 600 meters. Closer to the village. 550 meters. Large heating plant somewhere here. Right next to the incinerator. Just massive amounts of pollution. Way too close. And then run heat exchangers in this settlement. That would stabilize population a lot. And I don't know if we need that. %10 loyalty. Well, there is still a loyalty gain. It's very slow. As long as they go over 50%. And get a just get a basic school education and get released and then work in the orphanage for some years, some decades. That'll be good enough. Oh god, we're out of power. Let's get another loan redone. Indoor will also act as an attraction building, so even more reasons to be happy. Bumbling around at 50% happiness is quite the experience. And still having enough population growth to meet like the needs of the ever-escaping population. They're not escaping, they're just propagating our ideals into other nations. That's what they're doing. In 2 years we'll get access to the first trucks, if we want them. And I guess we should go through an era of modernization. Don't worry, be happy. Hello Dave Rudabor. Welcome. We're not worrying. It's looking alright. I mean, money could be better, I guess. But we're importing construction materials right now, so not making any profit this month, I guess. Steel is becoming expensive to build with once you have no money. One every 100 seconds, I think. Hello, Rickety Railway. Welcome. Why are you letting the vehicles in from that road? They don't have right of way. I need to lower the loyalty requirement. I think some people might drop to 55% loyalty through their studies and then can't finish the university education. I'm opening up the university to everyone who at least doesn't shout profanities at our government. Hopefully that'll fix our student situation. Yeah, 52%. You just finished. You just showed up and you finished your education. Very good. Some people just barely, almost didn't finish it. 54%. You had 1.63, but you're 20. Probably not going to finish that, but yeah, that might have been an issue. So we'll have to lower our expectations a little bit more. If they at least finish with 50%, then I mean they can, yeah, they can work with reasonable loyalty for some time. It's like getting migrants, I guess. Maybe that's our way to stabilize things with higher education. We're below 100 now. Definitely not on the right trend. That's all construction materials. Spent 3,000 rubles on building that building's like final construction step after the foundation. I guess let's bring some workers to it. Now they can be built up. Only really need it in winter, but since it also serves as an attraction building, I guess they could already staff it and work in it. A train car has become available, the Castle G, 4 horses. So I guess that way we could export horses. If only we had a rail construction vehicle. And a train to pull it. Well, technically, I think we can pull it with the passenger wagon. I'm not sure. I don't know if we can. I don't think we can attach. No, I don't think we can attach cargo wagons on the passenger wagon, the motorized passenger wagon. That I think is not legal. Are you a good commissar? Yes, I'm a good commissar for the interests of the state. If that's what you mean. We definitely have the best interests of the country in mind. Couldn't be better. More loyalty gain, come on people. Less than 1% of loyalty gain is not going to make up the shortfall whenever they run into an issue where not enough workers are present. We need a constant loyalty gain inside the orphanage. We might need a second orphanage, but I don't think I have enough people to staff it reliably. Maybe that's what we need. Maybe we need a second orphanage. Block someone's windows. Just like, yep, there's a building there now. What are you gonna do about it? If we provided a local school in Pruskov and just carried highly educated people into the area to run it, it's easier to carry 1 or 2 highly educated people to Pruskov than all of the students from Pruskov to this lady, I guess. Hello, Eskrimo. Welcome. Anyone want to go work in the indoor pool, maybe? There's a lot of visitors, not a lot of workers. I guess all the houses in its vicinity are assigned to other buildings. And it's not really sending anyone here to work in that building, because everyone's assigned to orphanages and other things. You go work there, I guess. Once you feel like it. I'm gonna let some people move in to fill this building. Attraction, very nice. Lots of people using it as an attraction building right now. That'll change, but they have a carousel and they have an indoor pool now, so they should be alright. Once this house is filled back to 100% of workers, we will shut off the low loyalty again. Actually, I'll do it now to leave it a little bit of room in here. Do we want to build another building? I would like to pay back our loans more than I want to build buildings, because everything seems to be stable right now. Further expanding the settlement seems like a good idea, having more housing, etc. But I'm also not sure if the heating is still fine. It probably should be. Hello, Archer. Welcome. Students in here with age 20. Go get some loyal professors to, like, teachers to get you through the education system, please. Then you get released, don't go to university, and you just either go into the list of 21-year-olds without their own flat, or you'll actually be allowed to move in somewhere, but yeah. 94 highly educated, 15%. It's dropping like a rock. I'll probably have to spend a bunch of money on that very soon. Yeah, the school was way too large for the settlement, but I guess I built it in a way where it also takes care of the education of other villages, and now I kind of don't want that anymore. The people from Pruskov are taking up way too much time in here. Come on, send the loyal teachers in. I know there are people in here that should be able to do that. Not a whole lot, but there are. So 5 workers in the indoor pool might be enough. During winter it's probably going to be at 10, but if we want to make sure everyone gets a go without having to wait in front of it, then yeah, we'll leave it at 10 and we'll probably auto-balance the building based on its demand. Just the clattering of the hooves on the gravel. Can we push the loyalty up? Can we push the higher education up? Can we get a couple more really loyal teachers so we can actually run the school nicely? Or should I just remove the checkbox? I do like the checkbox though. Age 20, 66% loyalty. We'll finish school education and go into the workforce as someone with a regular education. And decent loyalty pushed up by the teachers. What more do I want? Didn't live in the orphanage. Got 66% loyalty just from, I don't know, like your parents? Are your parents very loyal, or did you gain 60+% from... You definitely gained the loyalty from the school, up from 35 to 68. So I think I'll leave it that way. And yeah, that would be a future worker for the orphanage slash anything really. (21) 72% loyalty. Not done with the basic education yet, but 72% loyalty. We'll definitely go into the workforce with very high loyalty. What more do I want? I mean, other than maybe being a little bit faster. But there's not that many people over the age of 21 in here. So it's still holding reasonably well, I think. Still going to be a loyalty mill for our republic. I do wonder if I should build a school in Pruskov. Students from Pruskov here sometimes are hanging around for such a long time. But then again, it also means they get their education quite quickly. Like, with only minimal amount of visits. They don't overload the bus network. Like, they visit, spend here like a marginal amount of time, and then they have to be recarried over here. They probably wouldn't have enough time to actually get their education. If that was the case. Not everyone has a high loyalty. Sometimes it doesn't work out. Especially if there's no teacher around to push them up, I guess. 69% loyalty, very good. Maybe 1-2 more education ticks and you'll be released into the wild. Definitely no time to go through university though. And then if all of the buildings are filled with people with basic education and high enough loyalty, then they will stay with their parents and continue until they get a university education. So, or their loyalty drops enough and they move into Pruskov. Either or. 44% loyalty. Who moved in here? Just some, yeah, sub 50% loyalty. Yeah, that works. Highly educated with less than 50% loyalty. That's good. They are allowed to do that. They can work in the secret police or clinic. Or clothing factory if both of them are occupied, but the secret police probably has way enough slots for them to work in. So if we get disloyal university students somehow, then yes, they can move in there too. Or it meant they moved in because we didn't have any room for highly educated with loyalty of over 50%, which is not right. This one has room for people with 75% or higher loyalty. And this one has room for people with 50 to 75% loyalty, so it should be fine. Stop people visiting as an attraction building. I mean, that's fine. Clothing factory should be much closer to your border town. It can be like 250 meters from residences without causing pollution problems. Well, the clothing factory is its own settlement. They have their own workforce here that prevents it from burning down. And I do have an incinerator here that causes massive amounts of pollution. But yeah, we have people living right next to the clothing factory. I know it can be close. Took me until 1930 to get loyalty and happiness up. I was on the line until the crime problem could be solved. Later today, it all will probably all go to ruins when I try to expand my village. Closer to border also means less transportation. Yeah, but I don't want to have my... I want to build somewhat natural looking settlements. I don't want everything stuffed into the border, so I'm trying to make it work without having everything right next to the border. I mean, we are making money. As long as we're not building anything, we're making money. The good thing of having the clothing factory further away from your main workforce is that the workers work in there for way longer. Look at how slow this time is going down. So you are not necessarily spending too much on transportation. People living in the area, their time goes down quickly. If I can find one like you. That's the normal time for someone living in Pruskov. But if you compare that to someone living in Beslady, their work time goes down really slowly. Because they get carried here from another settlement, they basically spend the week working in the clothing factory and then they go back home. Versus the people living locally, they just work there every day and go home every day. That's how I guess, justify it to me. That water tower at the clothing factory looks more like a guard tower. That with the barracks make it look like a gulag. Hey, how do you know who we have stationed behind those windows? Please report to the nearest secret police to have yourself be questioned. Thank you. I still need to set up the sewage discharge. I'm probably exporting a bunch of sewage from here. It's not that much. Never mind. Travel time modifier confuses the hell out of me in the beginning. Yeah, it's weird, but it means that everything functions at least. Otherwise, transporting people, otherwise everything would have to be as close as possible and nothing else would work. So people would work like a little bit and then spend like 75% of their lifetime just traveling. They also don't get in kindergarten because the kindergarten takes up too much heating capacity, and I'd rather have extra houses than a kindergarten here, I guess. It's not that much. Fine with early start. I like to build industry within walking distance of residences, like in real cities. Fill the gap between residence and industry with services and parks. Well, this run is going to be quite different, because in this run I'm purposefully keeping the health of the citizens low, because I don't want to deal with crime. So the people die before they can really become criminals. And I'm cycling my population a lot more. With an orphanage, which also provides us with a general amount of loyalty. That gives us some really loyal teachers every now and then, hopefully. %92 loyalty. Teacher working at the school, pushing everyone's loyalty up. Very nice. But yeah, everything has to be closer, if it is within settlement range. But for the clothing factory I made an exception. Clothing factory I wanted to have away from the settlement, because I didn't want to have that much variability in pollution production. It does only make 4 tons, but together with like the heating plant and the waste incinerator, it seemed to be a lot. And I wanted to have an overflow for low loyalty populations, so in these barracks we only put people in that have 50% or lower loyalty. Which keep the clothing factory from burning down, and provide a generic amount of workforce here to just keep the clothing factory running, I guess. Which all works relatively well. Definitely might have to upgrade to trucks though. Fewer horse carriages, more trucks. I mean, it all depends on the fuel price, right? Maybe the fuel price is going to go up so much that I'm going to stick with horse carriages and wait until we have trains. But yeah, we also have a food factory here. I initially tried to make my own food, so I didn't have to import it from crops that were growing here. It didn't quite work. Not enough profitability in that, with a low amount of workforce harvesting. What am I doing with my trash? Trash goes into the incinerator. Then it rots away. And I'm only left with ash and metal scrap. The ash rots away and the metal scrap I export. For a little bit of money. There's no construction waste and no aluminium scrap in my republic. I am, however, importing some hazardous waste for profitability. So we're basically doing recycling for our nearby republic. Beyond the border, the Soviet border. So we're doing waste separation without a waste separation facility. Trains are way better investment than early vehicles. True, but we started in 1900 and we already reset the time back to 1900 once. So technically we're in 1920 right now, and trains will only become available 1919 when the first track builder becomes available. So I can only start building and thinking about trains in like 9 years. And we might want some trucks. Could work well as construction vehicles. Would you be able to import crops for making food, or would that require a trade deal? I have suspended the trade deals as soon as we started taking loans. I don't have the knowledge about early start yet to build realistic looking settlements while also running trade deals, so the trade deals rules are currently not in effect anymore. We might do that again once I have paid back my loans, but yeah. I don't want to do both, otherwise we're just going to have another North Korea on our hand. Which was a previous run where we suffered and then died at the hands of the rules. So we're only doing low tech right now. With the ability of chat to vote for us to reset time by 10 years if they like the era we're currently in. I have a 150k loan right now. 200k loan actually. I started taking the loan and then built up the waste incinerator because we weren't profitable before that. The clothing factory itself did not make enough money. Waste incinerator helps a lot. And whenever I build something, I'm not profitable. Because, well, steel is somewhat expensive, 4 tons for like a couple thousand. And it also, the customs house is flipped, which limits its throughput. Because they have to travel in and go all the way around first before new vehicles are allowed in. So I'm more restricted than if the customs house were like normal with the train tracks on the left side. This customs house does not have good throughput. Customs houses on the Poland map are somewhat bugged. I had to delete that and rebuild it. It had like another bug where they were traveling around, going to the start, the stop, and then doing another like loop-de-loop. So they went in. It looked like they were stopping and then they went up and down again. And then they stopped. So they had even worse throughput. I rebuilt it, that fixed it. I only did it for that customs house. I'm not sure we're ever going to go to another customs house, but if we are, then I would have to rebuild those two because they're all flipped. The large ones at least. They all have the train tracks on the right side, except on the western border. That one works fine. I've tested that one. And that one works fine too. That one should have no throughput issues whatsoever. Just build dumps and fill them. That works up to a point. I had a dump here, filled it with hazardous waste. People were not happy, way too close. Significant amount of pollution up to a kilometer. Works for me for 20 years or so. Well, hazardous waste does not really rot away that well. And you will have to maintain the dumps. But yeah, it does work. The area just becomes a little bit uninhabitable. And for early start it would be a bit close to our existing settlements. So instead I'm just importing the waste for profit, burning it, and then exporting the metal scrap for profit, which is okay. Maybe at some point I can have a metal scrap smelting facility to make my own steel that way. And then I don't have to export the metal scrap anymore. Oh, we're above 100 university educated again. I think it's going up now. I think it's looking good. Very nice. Loyalty is going up. Very nice. Let's see if we can go over 40% again. It all depends on how long the very loyal teachers can keep teaching in the school. I think we're getting more and more teachers though. Yeah, that seems to be working as well. Good, good. We're trying to push up loyalty without a radio or TV station by just running an orphanage with a way to make people with 100% loyalty. And then they just have to work in the right spaces, like 90% loyalty, getting pushed up whenever they're in the orphanage. Up to 100%, there's no limit here. We're trying to get that going. Right now the main goal is, though, to get enough highly educated people first. Because our republic is suffering a little bit of a shortage on highly educated workers. Once we get to 20%, 25%, then we can maybe fiddle around with the sliders again to try and go for an increase in loyalty. Right now things seem to be somewhat stable. It's a very precarious balance, like if there's not enough tutors in here with at least 50% loyalty, the loyalty drops too. If we get too many orphans in childcare, the loyalty drops. If the secret police doesn't work and they let people in here with loyalty of 20% instead of the 50% that I have required, the loyalty drops. It's a precarious thing that we have built, but I like that you can push up loyalty of your republic without requiring a radio or TV station. And it is difficult to do so, and I like that. That's what I'm trying to do. Low loyalty Pruskov, high loyalty Best Lady, loyalty city, a very loyal city, and disloyal like villages. Maybe in the future I'll stick like just highly educated people in here. Everywhere. Then I can sort loyalty based on their education type instead of their, well, the loyalty setting. But the loyalty checkboxes are way more accurate. And once we get a decent amount of loyalty in our party officials working in the university, at that point maybe we can try and push up loyalty with them again too. But right now we're trying to get enough highly educated to be able to mess around with those things. And in the meantime, I guess we can save some money. Maybe build another residential building for a little bit more increased housing capacity. Maybe start work on the replacement heating plant for the settlement. So that people can live here with a little bit less pollution. But yeah, this is not built on perfect efficiency. This is built on demand and jank. I don't want this one to be perfect in every way. I want this one to be janky and odd. And it does fulfill that requirement. Do you use any mods? No. The only thing different to the public branch right now, though, is that I have large waste horse carriages. So that is a difference to the normal version. We have small container garbage carriages and large container carriages. In the public version, you only have a horse carriage, and that one has no feature that distinguishes it. And with this, I basically have the ability to run technical services for large waste wagons, which normally you can't. So they are visually distinct, they don't have anything in the back, and the other ones have like a little bit of waste in the back. some sacks. But otherwise no mods, no. No workshop building mods. These ones are for like workshop maps, but they're not used. They're like weird customs house behavior things. I don't know what they do. And vehicles, I guess we also don't have anything. Because the things I did have do not act as mods. So these two waste wagons, you only get the this one without the feature normally. But otherwise no mods. Which means trains will be quite a while until we get them. Another 9 years. Can build the rail construction office maybe in 1917. Prepare the area for a track builder. Look at that, 24 years old. Basic education, can't move in anywhere. All the houses are filled for low loyalty, fit less than 50% basic education. So sometimes they're trying to sneak into the university when the secret police isn't looking. Hello, deviant fish. Welcome. Can you afford the rail construction office with your income? Probably not. Would have to build up loans, but I think it would earn us money if we could run like export of logs, boards with trains, because this thing is just idling. I mean, the board export could be done with trucks more efficiently. Like we could get logging trucks and replace the horse carriages with something more beefy and run that industry as an export. But I don't have the capacity to run it through the customs house by trucks really that well because of the limitation, like I said. They let 5 horse carriages in, which currently we are perfectly balanced on, and then anyone else would have to wait until they have arrived here. In the other direction it's a lot faster because they don't have to travel all the way around first. So the next one should wait. There we go, see? That one's not entering. Until one finishes and then they let more in. So we do have a pretty big throughput limit on the customs house to when it's like not flipped. I estimate it to be at around 50% of that what it should be. But it gives us like a feeling of like having an old customs house, sort of. For the technical uni, you could build a chemical plant that would work reasonably well with the horse limitation. Yeah, a chemical plant would have a lot of resource density, that's true. We're also playing with something called low-tech, which restricts what we are allowed to research. To not get into too much detail, but I can't just research everything I want. We only unlocked 3 techs so far. Secret police, research for most loyal citizens only, and distribution officers. And I can technically research one more thing if I want to. Just to limit the throughput on our universities a bit. Let's compare hazardous waste versus clothing this year. 32,700. Then we get 3,000 for the metal scrap and 22,000 for the hazardous waste. So the clothing factory is making more money. It also means we don't have to import clothing for our citizens. We do have to import fabric though, 26,000. And actually, no, the clothing factory is not making that much money. It's making 6,000, plus preventing us to have import clothing. The hazardous waste is just profit. Importing hazardous waste, exporting metal scrap, it's just profit. Both of them. For a marginally small amount of workforce, that is a really good industry. Way more like financial stability. Depends on what waste you have in the customs house, though. This one is not the ideal customs house. The one in Ustron would be even better. But it produces construction waste, so I would need another waste incinerator. I could set up another small village here and then run another waste incinerator, but I also don't want to overdo it with waste incinerators. Because then the price overall for hazardous waste imports will drop. But we could make it so that this incinerator only deals with like our nation's waste, and then the other one in Ustron is gonna take over the idea of making money. Then the whole setup would be oversized for what it's doing, but it would still work. Only problem that I see right now is this setup here. It's not ideal. The output should be a large waste storage, so the horse carriage can park here without blocking vehicles that want to do maintenance on the building in the future. But maybe we'll have a distribution office at some point dealing with that. But yeah, there's easier ways to make more money. I don't know if I want to go for them. We would have a medium customs house here with another train track. So we would be able to get some food imported to a settlement if we wanted. I guess I could bring some workers here to prepare terraforming things even a little bit more. That's where our sewage discharge is for the settlement. Didn't have a nearby waterway. We do have a switch prepared in case we want to have a settlement, although there's more connections at the discharge anyway. But that way we can run a sewage pipe along the road here. That would be another village-style settlement like Pruskov, small heating plant, clinic, bus stop, two fire stations, house of culture, grocer, I mean. Probably a water tower with water unloading, loading station. And then I guess we would have to build a water pipe all the way there. Would explosive plants be possible? I think everything is possible. Well, okay. No, not everything is possible. Explosive plant would be less efficient than the clothing factory because of how much transportation capacity you would need to actually transport the resources to it. So explosives factory, probably not. You need like 2.3 tons of gravel, 1.5 tons of wood and chemicals to make 1.1 tons of explosives. And then the carry capacity of explosives is really reduced inside the carriages. So 0.48 tons of explosives versus 0.84 tons of fabric, or 0.6 tons of clothing. Can't carry that many explosives with a horse carriage. I don't think you're gonna get a lot of productivity out of an explosives factory with just horse carriages. And you have a lot of variety on resources you need. A lot of gravel. If you can produce this locally, maybe, but then you need more horse carriages and more infrastructure. A clothing factory does work. You do need a certain amount of horse carriages to transport everything if you build your clothing factory further away from the border. But if you build your clothing factory here and your settlement slightly further back and then just run the workers to it, or your settlement incorporated into the clothing factory / customs house layout, then yes, that would be the most efficient way to run transportation. But the most money efficient way to make some income is, I think, the incinerator. Because that one is even profitable with foreign workers. Oh, that's an idea. Why don't I set up just an incinerator here with like... Oh, man. Just making more money here. Because we don't need electricity, we don't need water, we don't need sewage, we don't need to bring our own workers down here. We just get foreign workers. Just build a bus, like a free bus stop, a fire station, and an incinerator. They changed some things recently where buildings behave that they can work without water or electricity. They just have significantly reduced throughput. But I guess that way you could start making money really, really early. I was thinking about that. The incinerator near Ostron would produce construction waste, and you would manufacture gravel for domestic use. I could do that, yeah. We could build a gravel recycling plant next to it and not export anything. Do I want my construction vehicles to pick up gravel from here, though? Kind of. How expensive is gravel? Oh, it's getting quite expensive. Huh. Inflation has kicked in, yeah. Inflation is already kicking in. Sheesh. It's like, officially it's unofficially it's 1920, but we did reset time once. Would load traffic at border. Yeah. It would. I don't know. I mean, having more money is not a bad thing, I guess. And it would help us do something inside the game right now, I guess. So maybe we will set up something over here. Can't flatten that right now. Fire station, incinerator, bus stop, then slowly build up electricity and water on demand. We need a way to separate the construction waste out and the ash, this time more intelligently. That flattened, sure. This time the output would be a large waste storage to not get into trouble with vehicle, like repair of the area. Build it that way. And then we have two waste storages. About that height, I guess. So I need another one for the future if I want to. No, we don't need another one. This one's only going to do hazardous waste, no settlement waste. Otherwise I'm going to pollute this with mixed waste that has metal scrap in it. So there will only be hazardous waste coming in here that has only construction waste in it, or is just pure hazardous waste. Then the output goes to the storage. One horse carriage waiting here, picking it up, transporting it into this small one, and then it gets distributed here where it rots away until it's just construction waste. And then I guess we could have a gravel recycling plant in the area too later on. But I don't think we need that right now. Have that somewhere over here. They load from these two buildings and then it gets transported back to gravel recycling. We don't have to deal with that. That's something for later once we have workers in the area. We'll lower the traffic at the border. It's a Soviet-themed game where having money is absolutely critical. Well, no. You can make everything domestically. Money is not that critical. Our happiness come up quite a bit now that we have enough sports facilities, I guess, and attraction buildings. Higher education citizen count is going up really nicely. Loyalty has crashed again. That tends to happen until we like stabilize things. We might have run into a hole now where we don't have enough workers running in the orphanage anymore, so we might have to get some more migrants to do that. I don't want to deal with disloyalty. I mean, it hasn't complained yet, so I guess I'll give it time. Hello, Zadlier. Welcome. We'll set up a bus stop here that'll handle things until we build something a little bit more permanent. And we need the fire station, I guess. But yeah, no electricity, no water. Just people having fun. Do want a fire station though. And 2 in the future once we have access to a settlement in the area. We can run this with another village that houses like a lot of disloyal people, I guess. And if it's at least 200, we by our own rules get a research point. And then we could do research, I guess. What would you research? I actually don't know. I was thinking. What was I thinking? Like vitamins? No, I don't have a medical university yet. Previously, I really enjoyed having the population increase research, but in our case, it has to be like something that works with profitability. Oil refinery would just print money, but don't want to go that way. Maybe better electric pylons in like preparation for like having larger population centers. Maybe an oil power plant, but I don't even know if we have any oil nearby. Maybe the resource map mode, so I don't have to go around and like look for things. I really wanted to get brutalism. That would require 2 research points because functionalism unlocks a bunch of things and then brutalism. And the reason I'm thinking that is because I would really like to have a small prison, which unlocks with brutalism. 20 workers, 60 visitors. If we can have people in here with at least 50% loyalty, that also would start boosting people's loyalty as they visit the prison. And we don't have to build the giant prison that requires 140 tons of bricks and holds 120 people. How much biowaste do horse breeders produce? I have no idea. Thinking if one can make a relative decent amount of fertilizer from that. I don't think so. I don't know if they even produce any bio-waste. I think they act more like a vehicle factory than a livestock hall. If you want this regular output of bio-waste, you build a livestock hall. Get some horses either by producing them yourself or importing them, and then just making sure you feed them enough water and they are never in a polluted area. Which they can become in a polluted area if you don't carry all of the bio-waste fertilizer away from them. But the horse breeder, I don't know. It might make fertilizer. I haven't built it yet. I couldn't tell you. Lots of waste storage. But the carpenter has the same amount, so maybe it's just weird. But yeah, my usual go-to is to build a livestock hall. And then you fill it with livestock, make sure it has constant supply of water. 93% quality, you can do that with a water well without purification. And then it produces fertilizer as long as they exist. And they only go away if they don't get water or if they start standing around in a too polluted area. That would be my go-to, I think. I guess we're going to plan on building a settlement here. It's going to be quite far away from the incinerator because that one's going to be for profit for sure. And by quite far, I mean like I'm good with it like being like 400 meters away, so somewhere here. How much crops do you consume to run all these horse carriages? I don't want to think about that. This year, 8,000 rubles, 344 tons of crops. It's gonna push up the prices of everything crop related: food, meat, alcohol, fabric, clothing. I can't wait for the mechanization of farming. I still wanted to upgrade this road to gravel too, but I guess we can do that after the things have been built. We're not in a hurry. More train cars we can't use. Great. That looks so weird. Need to give it... Oh yeah, let's flip that one around. That'll look nice, I think. Let's do that. Get rid of this. And then this way. Okay, that is not going to work, because this road is way too close. Hello Zadlier, by the way. Welcome. Do you remember how much grain you harvested when the farms were active? Medium-sized farm gave me, I think at 100%, 110% fertility, only 70 tons of grain. With a manual harvest without harvesters. You're looking at decades of using a lot of bricks. Importing coal and making bricks might help with building your republic. Yes. But importing coal and making bricks, I want to wait until I have trains, because that is like another thing that a settlement could do. I don't want to have a lot of vehicles that use more crops to import coal. It's the vehicles are not so efficient. That's the problem. I already did say that, but thanks. Alright. There's a reason why I decided to build a farm ASAP on Monday. I had a farm here. I still have the farms here. They didn't work well. Wasn't sustainable. Harvesting with manual labor is not that efficient. Did not work for us. So we did build that too. If you overbuild the farms, you can make sure that they never get fully harvested and they never lose their fertility, which slowly pushes them up to 150%. If you then use liquid fertilizer, you can push them higher, but they do reset every year. So you do not maintain the liquid fertilizer fertility. That one always resets back down to 150%. But at least you can get them 50% more efficient. Should be able to get like close to 80, 90 tons of crops out of a field with no fertilizer import needs, no crop rotation needs. We had 8 fields. We didn't have the workers to actually get them harvested. But I did build other things, like I am thinking about at some point doing another run where I do really heavily focus on farming. We do have a modded horse-based harvester, importing regular fertilizer. Well, that's just modding. Having a harvester gives you like double the amount of crops out of a field. We're running legit here. I'm just kidding. Never play in temperate countries, so I never knew that liquid fertilizer always resets. I didn't know that either. I have not really used liquid fertilizer much because it usually becomes too expensive. I just try to balance it with the fields, but you do get more efficiency out of your harvesters that way. Or like your people harvesting. Okay, the loyalty of the citizens is slowly dropping. Now we're still gaining loyalty in the orphans. It's not looking as good as it could be though. Back to 30 21-year-olds without their own flat. Not too many. Come on, teachers, go back and provide education to the students. I need some good loyalty workers in my republic with at least 50% loyalty to work in the orphanage. Forget that the radio was invented in this 19th century. Yeah. Yep. I don't want to use radio or TV. I always feel like that once I set up a radio, all of the problems melt away because everyone just becomes loyal. So I've been like, for like the last, like I don't know since when, but like I guess since the release of Workers and Resources into 1.0, I've been looking for a way to get a stable way in the Republic to boost loyalty without the use of radios or TVs and without having to import electronics. And if we can get this set up before 1960, maybe we can just maintain the fact that we never import electronics. Vanilla tractor horses are more efficient than the modded ones. Oh yeah, the vanilla horse harvest sowers, plows are ridiculous. They're just ridiculous. I agree with that. But yeah, you gain the efficiency from harvesting, not sowing. So technically you would just need a good harvesting vehicle, and then you gain a really good crop harvest. Would building a fabric plant be the next step to improve profitability? Would only need to be half-staffed? No. The fabric plant would need a ton of crop imports, which would lose a lot of money on logistics. And it would overload our customs house. The fabric imports are the most efficient early way to run transportation. Need radio to make me confident enough to build further away from customs houses? Oh, yeah, I can see that. I'm trying to not do that. When you see my like earlier village-based republics, they're just going all over the place. Problem is that we do need a secret police in every settlement now. Otherwise, the citizens will just, like, if I build a settlement there with no secret police, people are going to be like, oh yeah, we don't know our loyalty. Guess we're going to be allowed to move into the building that requires 50% or higher loyalty. Yoink. So we're kind of like depending on having a secret police everywhere to make this work. Alternatively, I need to set everyone here to higher education only, and then basic education in the villages, and then I wouldn't need a secret police in every village. That's the other option. Then we would filter loyalty based on education. It wouldn't always work, But we could guarantee that no one in Ostron or in Pruskov gets a higher education, because we don't transport them to a university. And then they can never move into a city with their stupid as low loyalty. Then the city would have to find out its own loyalty, and we wouldn't have to worry about villages anymore. We might shift over to that system. It might be a good system to try and make work, but we'll wait. First we'll have to see if we survive winter again. The indoor pool is working well. We get around the host logistics limitations by building the industry next to customs house and the city farther away. Yeah, but I'm trying to develop more. Like, I've already started building settlements further from customs and trying to push everything to the limit. I'm like planning on getting even further. It's like, I don't want to be beholden to just being next to the customs house. I want to have, like, when you see like a pre-generated map from workers and resources with all those villages, I kind of want to build something like that and make it work with horse carriages, ideally trains, I guess. But it's difficult. It's like a test game, I guess, where we're trying to see how far we can push things. But we're mainly limited by money, I guess. Our main limitation is financially, I believe. Okay. Let's build another bus stop here for now. I could have the bus stop right next to the border, I guess, and then make them walk here. But I don't need that many workers. So 50% go to, well, the fire station once it's up, not other buildings. And then you just send them back. So people get delivered, they check, are people needed in the fire station? Yes, we send 50% of the people to the fire station. The rest goes over here, waits an hour, then goes back, checks again. That way we won't lose many workers. The workers that are waiting there will also be able to be used for terraforming. I guess we do have a spare horse carriage for that. I'll send them in already. Can fill this up a little bit with workers. We can also use those for construction, so it's not too much of a problem if it overfills. Because we can assign this to, like, oh yeah, now we have all the resources, go send the workers over here slowly. Never manufactured boards in an early start. How much does that help? Not much. I would say board manufacturing doesn't help much. I think it'll help a lot once we do rail construction, because we need a ton of them for building train tracks. So we don't have to go to the border for it. I mean, it helps if you don't have a large customs house, I guess. You will definitely want it if you are starting on a medium or small customs house, because you need every little bit of help to not have to go to the customs house at that point. You want as much local production as possible. But you might not even be able to import enough food. But yeah, it's a really, really cheap industry. Only need a single worker in the woodcutting post, per woodcutting post. It chops down enough trees for even the most modern vehicles. Sawmill based on demand, and then technically you just export that with the most efficient way you can, and hope you make money. Ideally, like a small shunting train going to the border back and forth would make you money. You're not doing tourism as well? I've decided not to do tourism right now, yeah, because it depends heavily on like cheap food and alcohol prices. And if I were to go for that, then my food and alcohol demand would go up even further, and we already had some issues where the logistics network was being overloaded. So yeah, I'm not going for tourism right now. Maybe once we have trains, we can have a tourism settlement somewhere further in the map, where we bring tourists by train into a city-style settlement, and also food and alcohol. And then later on hook up the domestic food supply to the train network, and we can bring our own food and alcohol to the city instead of importing it. But yes, I think like Any real expansion of this area probably will depend on me getting trains. I'm currently imagining. How much we need trains? Yes, we need trains. Fun game starting later, like the 60s, that exporting boards crashed the price and was not profitable. Yeah, you can definitely overdo it. It needs the most efficient transportation way possible. And you may not like overproduce it. It's so easy to overproduce. Like a sawmill with 2 woodcutting posts might even already overload it. But yeah, it could also go so that it's not profitable anymore at all. Then boards are like very fluctuate a lot, and they somehow seem to be tied to oil prices. Like when oil prices are low, board prices are high sometimes, and vice versa. It's kind of weird. Trains are the lifeblood of early cities. Yeah, I agree. I think for the next game I would try like a settlement way far away from the customs, and then try to like get the grain production going without a farm. I would basically set up a field, assign a horse carriage to it to wait until loaded for crops, and then the people just walk onto the fields whenever they're sowing and harvesting season. And then that horse carriage goes to a local food production, and I don't know if that's going to be enough. Only electrical components use boards. Yeah, you could make some cheap money that way. Right now, making electrical components and electronics is like the cheapest way to do. You use the fewest materials to make the most components, I guess. It's funny that they are measuring electronics and electronic components in weight too, which is why they are making it more efficient as time goes on. Less efficient as time goes on. But it's still kind of silly, because if you stockpile electronics, you are basically saving money, I guess. It's like an investment into the future when inflation strikes the electronics. But yeah, we'll run an incinerator here. I will export the construction waste, I guess, initially until we build a gravel processing plant here too. We haven't brought any workers here yet. The horse carriage went to refuel and hasn't arrived back yet, and now the workers in it are disappearing. I wonder if it's still better to use early electrical components even in 1960 stance. I don't know. Probably. I mean, their efficiency goes down a lot more than the plastics one. But they're cheaper to make. But yeah, I think their efficiency drops a lot compared to the other ones. So here you get like half the amount of electrical components. They use gravel instead of plastics. So you're using twice as much chemicals and steel, I guess you could argue. Depends on the prices. Like plastics are quite cheap to make and quite fast if you have oil. And for electronics, it's boards versus plastics too. They have the same efficiency, you just need a ton of boards, I guess. And more mechanical and electronic components. 50% more on those. Even double almost. Yeah. Probably not worth it in the long run. But maybe for domestic consumption. Doesn't plastic need chemicals? Yeah. Oil and chemicals. But mainly oil. 27 tons of oil and 3 tons of chemicals makes 6.6 tons of plastic. And a whole lot of pollution. Alright, now we can terraform. Get some foreign workers waiting here. Whenever they're walking from one bus stop to the other, we can't terraform, but for most of it we can. I was planning on taking down this road and flattening it a little bit, like smoothing it out before upgrading it to a gravel road. Once this whole area is running, like foreign workers into fire station and incinerator, we're going to tear this road down and replace it with a gravel road, I think. At that point it'll make sense. "54% happiness." Once we have all the resources, we can assign the workers to the construction site. I mean, I guess I can already do that. The road crane is already here. Build up the fire station. Wonder if it's cheaper long-term to start with purely horse-drawn vehicles for construction and keep the bare minimum just to construct the first horse feeder. I don't know. The faster you build in the early game, the more money you save, because inflation does increase prices. In 20 years, you wish you had built more stuff when things were cheap. Because your saved money becomes worth less and less. You want to spend it as quickly as possible and then just hover around like not having any money at all. With rubles, that is. US currency is mostly inflation resistant. So if you want to save money, it should be in US currency. But the ruble, if it's like at around 0, that's perfectly fine. Only issues that you might run into some issues where your population starts freezing because you didn't pay attention to when you ran out of money, which happens to us every now and then. What I've not done yet is like try to go for black or white horses for my Republic to try and gain more efficiency out of the transportation. Because I don't know yet if horses with like if the black horses eat more crops. If you gain that speed advantage for more food consumption, what that entails. And I don't really need it. Goddamn global reserve currency. Yeah, it's a thing. Okay, like 4 more deliveries of bricks, we'll have our fire station, then we can start working on the incinerator. Only hazardous waste. And here I'll just get distributed. These ones will be holding any type of waste. This one will hold also any type of waste. I think that's how it works. I need to check how I set it up. Yeah, they do dump mixed waste on metal scrap. I don't need a setting for this. I would like to rebuild this though. Replace this with a large waste storage, but then everything kind of shifts and becomes weird. I mean, with that extra incinerator, we're gonna make a ton of money, I think. Once construction is done, we'll also not have a problem with like feeding our vehicles down here. I mean, in the beginning, I guess we might, because I'm gonna remove the road. I guess we can have a parallel road while that is ongoing. Just like set up a parallel road here while we upgrade the other one to gravel. I still have to flatten this though, before we do that. Still want this to be nice and smooth. I think I've flattened it up to this point. Yeah, this is a little bit too bumpy to be turned into gravel. I'd like this to look a little bit better. Looks like the fire station's still waiting on bricks. They're transporting too much grain into the grain storage. Spending a lot of time on that. We need more resource-dense internal combustion engines, I guess. And then we can complain later when the fuel price goes back to like 1,000 rubles per ton, which was ridiculous. But this time we would have an escape route. If that happens again, we can just say, okay, we're going to go back to horses, and then cry about the crop consumption again. Come on, fix the tutor situation. I need my loyalty. Do I have to get migrants? People's loyalty here is dropping like a rock. I need those really, really loyal university educated people. And right now the orphanage is not providing those. I think I need to get some migrants for this. This should be way higher. Well, I guess we're gonna have to flush one of the buildings out. 42, 41, 36. We found a winner. There. Get out of here. And get some money. I want my loyalty. I'm willing to take out loans to get that loyalty. Game light to me. It's 5.2 tons. 5.2 tons of what? The price of electronics and electronic components and their resulting materials does change through the time. You take, like, the amount of resources changes quite a bit. Where's 5.2 tons? I don't know what weighs 5.2 tons. You didn't specify. So I'm just as confused as I was. I guess we're bringing water here and making it more efficient that way, but we don't need electricity. No one needs electricity. That's just a ploy of modern electricity to get you to buy into electricity. That's all. We need more than one horse carriage here to send food this way. Do I have a spare distribution office? No. A free one would be really nice to deal with the crops from that customs house, I guess. Well, I guess we're gonna manually handle it for now. Yeah, go all the way up there and... No, you know what? No, stop it. I want you to... I want you to run the transportation. You have enough crops to run this carriage once, I believe. Go bring your own fuel to the gas station. You should be able to handle that. I believe in you. You can do it before you run out. You're almost there. Well done. Sweet. Alright. Track builder weighs 5.2 tons and I can only get a 5-ton open hull. Oh. Really? I mean, you need the disassembled version, right? This one only weighs 2 tons. You're looking at the wrong vehicle. Not the full LTC, you need the disassembled version. Gotta look under road vehicles. Disassembled category. I don't know why I took out another 50k as loan, but that way I don't have to worry about winter, I guess. Also 20,000 rubles spent on new migrants, just to try and get the loyalty of our orphans back. Try and push for at least like 60% loyalty now. Because if we can get really good loyalty here, it'll just make a lot more loyal teachers. Which will in turn push up the loyalty. That's like some of the investment we have to make. And maybe at some point we have like just highly educated people here, but I doubt it. Like highly educated people for the loyalty and then regular education for anything. We need to boost the just the amount of like highly educated people, and then we can switch the large settlement over to just filter loyalty also based on education. Come on, stabilize the loyalty. Once you have like loyalty of 70%, you can even have not enough tutors in days. Would still boost the loyalty and reduce criminality with everything else being red. It's a system that needs to be kickstarted, but then it does work. We might have to boost loyalty a bit higher though before we can run this without investing more money into it. Lots of stuff here now for terraforming. I should also maybe have the construction vehicles locally. Like open hull and covered hull, open hull and dumper. Would make a lot more sense to have in the area, because then they don't have to transport the resources as far. Concrete, maybe? Sure. It's a lot shorter distance to transport. And 4 dumpers in the area would probably handle everything, while also overloading the customs house, I guess. Okay, now most of the resources should come from this customs house. Shortens transportation distances too. But yeah, it's 12 carriages for a medium-sized customs house. It's gonna be a bit overloaded, I guess. More crops, please. Next, very loyal teacher. University education already done. Once free time is over, they will get a loyalty tick upwards or downwards, depending on what the loyalty boost in the orphanage is at that moment. So right now it's a plus almost 2%, almost 3%, currently at 94. If there's not enough tutors at that moment when this ticks over, then yes, the loyalty boost wouldn't happen. Or it might even be negative. So we're looking at 1.28%, so probably going up to 95 or 96. Went up to 96. And that's how the loyalty boost in an orphanage or in a prison works. It only checks that whenever free time ends. So if you have positive loyalty more often or not, then in general it should go up for your orphans/prisoners. And hopefully that's the case. But yeah, since we already have a university education, you don't have to visit the university anymore. We're just going to keep going through free time, and you'll just eat up the loyalty boost and hopefully never doing a tick whenever it's like in the negative. I struggle with the choice to rush radio first or get the Soviet functionalism first. Just, yeah, I mean, if you don't go for radios, then you don't have to import electronics, I guess. You do suffer some negativity on your happiness. But yeah, that's what I'm trying to like do without. I think electronics and radios are, I mean, they just like mean you have to spend a lot of money in the future. Electronics get so expensive. But they provide such a nice bonus early on that you feel compelled to just always go for them, I think. I like Soviet functionalism, and we'll probably research that once we get a technical university. I was thinking of setting up an orphanage settlement, one that only cares about like with the loyalist of the loyalist people. So people are only allowed to move into that settlement at 75% loyalty or up. And their only target is to run an orphanage, a private school, and a university, a technical university in that case. And they would take care of the education of like orphans. Maybe that should be my first settlement in the future. Just a tiny settlement that is there to make as many loyal, highly educated people as possible. Which this one currently isn't. This one is to educate the general public. And there's way too many of them. But yeah, they're not delayed too much. we're in a new year. Did get more migrants. That pushed up our loyalty as well. This will stabilize and then drop off again, the loyalty I mean. But once we get like over 40%, it might start an upwards trend. We just have to see if we can pay for it. And the second incinerator might do it. It will also start a second settlement. It would be weird if we set up an orphanage settlement over here with very loyal people right next to an incinerator. That's not that sensible, I don't think. Hello, Simon. Welcome. Okay, they're not too badly overloaded. Now that the large customs house has like so much throughput, I underestimate the throughput of the medium and small customs houses a bit. It's just that the vehicles can't load a lot. But if you still stick by the amount of vehicles that you had previously, the customs house won't be overloaded, you'll just have less throughput because the vehicles are so small. I think we're gonna unassign these buildings. Let me get an alternative road here so I can flatten this out. Like smoothen out the shape here. Alright, even did that before the horse carriages arrived, so that's fine. I think that'll look better. And then I guess we could already pave this with gravel if we wanted to. But I'm not in a hurry. I want the incinerator running first. Technically, I guess we could pave it with the gravel from a construction waste recycling facility. From whatever this incinerates, but that would be a very, very slow process. I don't remember how much construction waste gets imported. I just remember that the hazardous waste is 50% higher, and we get a lot more profit from it. We'll probably need 4 or 5 horse carriages to deal with this. One to run the waste from the output to the input of the rotting away area, and then one from here to transport the construction waste to the customs house later on to the recycling plant. Now, the only real thing we need here is like a proper bus stop, which could be at the road. Or it could be down here somewhere. And then at some point electricity and water and sewage proper. To make it more efficient. And then we throw in a settlement here nearby, which will run this. So we don't need foreign workers for it. Which will be nice. So yeah, 50% fire station, keep that one staffed, make sure nothing burns down. There is nothing to burn down right now. So I technically don't need to run it yet. But there will be soon. Or alternatively, we just use them as construction workers, I guess, and drop them onto the building task of the incinerator, so they can start working on the groundworks here. All the groundworks of everything, really. That is not a factory connection. I'm not sure if we're going to rebuild farming here. I haven't thrown down the additional farms yet. I wanted them to be on this bus stop. Still open. I just thought about, like, I wonder if they're gonna, like, maybe use a DLC to give us, like, modular farms. Or you have, like, the current situation where the farms have, like, a shape like this, but you can move the corner pieces like in Ostrif. And then it would calculate the size of the farm based on that. That would be cool. So you could make, like, trapezoid shapes or something. Maybe even triangles. Technically you can already make that with the existing farms, because it does allow you to cut off pieces of it by overlapping it with roads. But then the farms look a little bit weird because the fences do clip into each other, and it could look nicer, I guess. I think I'm going to unassign everything here. They're using so many crops to transport the resources to the area. Crops are cheap though, at least like cheaper than any other good normally. We're already spending 24 rubles. And fuel is more energy dense, so fuel lasts us a lot longer in the trucks. We might actually be losing money because of the crop imports. Yeah, before the groundworks of these buildings is done, I'll unassign everything that is from Best Lady and just try to build it up with only from Ostron. Although the search radius is not too high, okay, then it should work. Good. I mean, I guess I can take a look right now. Your concrete, I mean, you could already be unassigned. I'll wait. Before the open hull goods need to be transported, then we can unassign everything. There should be enough time. Maybe we need another horse carriage exporting metal scrap. It seems to be piling up a bit. Yeah, I'm gonna get another one. The metal scrap is getting a little bit full. I did plan for this. What this means is that you only take care of one of them, and then we have a second horse carriage taking care of the other one. It might be better to, like, use the smaller horse carriages, the small container ones, because they have more capacity. I just used the large ones out of habit. I don't know if they will work. Guess we can try. 1 delivery of asphalt, maybe 2 of gravel. And then the groundwork materials for the incinerator will be present. At that point we can unassign all the other buildings. Maintenance office? Oh, you're assigned because of the factory connections. Yeah, that makes sense. And then we may not forget about the fire station, because the incinerator can burn down. Hazardous waste imports are pretty much self-balancing. If you overdo it, you're gonna get less money. So it does provide you with a decent amount of income, but only so much. You will have to find other means if you want to expand your nation. But it does provide you a trickle of income, which feels quite higher when you have less than like 1,000 people and suddenly you're making like several thousand rubles per month. But it does tempt you into like overdoing it, I guess. Alright, finish the groundworks. Way too many people. Takes a while. You know what, you just run constantly for now. It's fine. You're not importing too many crops if it's already full, but since we don't have a distribution office here, I want the horse feeder to be filled to the brim. But the amount of vehicles traveling to this area will be reduced quite heavily once, well, the groundwork constructions finish. $322 rubles of fabric import. Efficiency currently reduced because of building reconstruction. It will have to do the machine replacement afterwards, because it's already at 51% as well. So the building will stop working at that point, and then I'm gonna have the issue of the vehicles are parking here and waiting until unloaded, so that's not going to work at all. I wanted to have a road cargo station to get the vehicles out of the area. Maybe I should build that now. So in the future they don't park right next to the industry and I don't have to worry about micromanaging that. Just have them like stationed here. And machine replacements wouldn't cause us trouble. Then we'll reroute the horse carriages to that parking space instead. And it'll be off the beaten path. Should be long enough to park everyone in here. And not cause a traffic jam for the water supply as well. So, I guess for now, you will park yourself here, I guess. It's a bit steel intense as a building, but yeah, it should provide what we're looking for. Parking space away from the clothing factories so we don't have to micromanage it when it has to do machine replacement. And in the future it can be replaced by a train stop or like a train stop to the other side of it. Somewhere like here. Maybe with a warehouse as a buffer. Alright, groundworks are done. Let's wait for the resources to arrive before we send in all the workers again. No need to spend all of them right now. Only one construction phase. No, 2 construction phases. There's one more after that. Mechanical components and installing the boiler, I guess. Or the incinerator. So, metal scrap is working? Because if it is, we are probably going to switch over to the small container loading carriages. I don't think they're going to be any slower, really. They might be slower at the border, but I'm not sure. How slow are you at loading from here? That's fine. It seems slower, but I don't think it is. I think that's the normal speed. If we compare that to you once you get back, I think you're loading just as slowly. Like 4 seconds per 100 kilos. But you have more carry capacity. Four seconds per 0.1 tons. Is it the same? Yeah, it's the same. Just as slow. That's fine. So probably gonna use the small container ones here. And keep the large ones for the distribution office. We can swap them out at some point. Well, the concrete is all delivered. Just waiting on gravel and asphalt. You have everything you need. I guess you can be built up. Slowly. No worries. It can take some time. This one they can't reach by foot. Unless I guess maybe I can provide a footpath access through here. Yeah, then we can also reach that one. And we'll be able to build everything up with the foreign workers we're piling up right now. one by one, after all resources have been delivered. You can let 2 workers onto the construction site. We don't have road cranes here though. That's one thing I didn't bring. That's the wrong depot. Wrong building again, Jesus. Alright. Grain storage almost full. After the next delivery, I guess you can go back into storage for now. Thanks for providing a ton of crops. The amount of vehicles going here should slowly reduce now. There's still going to be horse carriages bringing workers to build up the factory connections. That one I won't mess with. But yeah, the rest should be slowly getting built up as soon as we have the groundwork materials available. You didn't treat that child, I don't think. You bastard. 30% productivity, let a child die instead of treating them. People with low loyalty and low productivity are really a menace to society. That's all I can say. I'll provide us with a bunch of money after it's done. We'll need an initial investment, but to get it built up. But yeah, it should be outputting another couple thousand each month, as long as we don't overdo it with the other incinerator. We could turn this one off and just run it for citizen waste. Then a single worker here would be able to handle that. And the metal scrap area would look way too big for what it's currently doing. So I think right now we would be running both of them, because the horse carriages don't have that much capacity anyway. Switching them over to fuel-based internal combustion engines might be the most profitable thing to do. Because then our carry capacity of hazardous waste would go up by a lot. I don't know yet what we're switching. And if we're switching. I mean, next year we'll get our first trucks, I guess. Have to make the decision at some point. Machine replacement now in progress. I think they were blocking the end station. Maybe. They are not going through the end station, never mind. No, we should have enough tutors. Stop it. I want my loyalty. 93%, 84, 95. Yep. I'm spending money on getting a lot of high loyalty into the university. Finished university education, still in the orphanage. Only at 62% loyalty. Probably got to the orphanage relatively late. But now every time the free time finishes, this should hopefully take up if we time it right. This one time it didn't take up because we were only at 0.22% gain. Thankfully it wasn't a loyalty drop. We also have way too many orphans right now. We're at 32. That is a lot. Very difficult to take care of all of them. A second orphanage might be needed. So population wave, I guess, when I allowed people to move into buildings. And we have very little 21-year-olds without their own flats, so everyone's having a lot more children. I also moved people from the building that I emptied out to get the migrants in and put them right here next to the heating plant. Which is not doing so well with life expectancy, but that's kind of the point. And I guess that's also creating a lot of orphans right now. So maybe I shouldn't do that as much anymore. Only when I have a significant shortage of orphans, which shouldn't really happen. We have a lot of polluting jobs that generate more orphans. I wonder if it's possible to get this started with only an initial migration wave, because you would have to rely on the loyalty of your foreign workers, and I think their loyalty is always like pretty bad to judge. I think the higher educated ones would be better. Maybe you could try it with like bringing the higher educated ones to the school and then trying to push for like 50% loyalty for the orphanage. I need some super loyal teachers soon. This will hold anything. It gets the mixed waste and or construction waste delivered from this area. So we wait until loaded, we unload whatever it is, and then we have 1 or 2 vehicles waiting here to export it back to the customs house. We now have a road crane. Oh, right. I also don't have any covered hull trucks or carriages. Single one will be enough, but you will have to be assigned to the border to actually pick up the resource. Things could burn down here. We will only build... Is there anyone going through here right now? No, that's completely unused. So the end station doesn't matter, but I don't want the farm necessarily to burn down. We'll only build up to this point. Gravel. And this piece, I guess. And then later on, the whole road here. That's gonna be a long-term project. Well, we can get that one started once everything else here is done and functional. How much benefit do you get from gravel roads when you're using horse carriages? Is it only when it rains they are benefit? And through winter. They don't get slowed down for all of winter, so you have like a constant throughput throughout the year. But yes, also when it rains. But I like them not getting slowed down drastically through winter. That's like the main benefit I'm getting. Rain I don't care about, it's like only a day or two that it usually rains. It's not that bad. Come on people, that's way too many orphans. Oh my god. Don't lose my orphanage loyalty. They need to finish their education and go out into the world without dropping a lot of loyalty before they do. Why are there so many people missing here? Okay, another migration wave, please. Get this stabilized. Restarting loyalty is expensive. Could have a distribution office here just bringing in resources from this border, I guess. I like having all of my imports centralized on one customs house. But in this case it doesn't make sense, I guess. Oh, we're finally building. Very good. Oh, it does already use the mechanical components in the earlier construction phase. I misread that. This one will have to be set to mixed waste only, so it doesn't push the hazardous waste from here into the other storage. It must stay within the incinerator. Factory connections are finishing up. Good progress. Yeah, the fact that they need concrete and steel to finish the construction is a little bit annoying, but not a big deal. That's a small delivery at the end to get a large storage and making sure we don't have to micromanage it in the future. It's gonna be nice to have. Clothing factory. Still not done with machine replacement. Because we haven't delivered electronic components yet, so no one's actually sending workers here. We might need a construction office next to the clothing factory to make that faster in the future. Oh, someone delivered electronic components now. I guess they've been doing it slowly. Very slowly. Okay, all materials are present. I guess we open up the floodgates, build this up as quickly as we can with the current workers. And once we hit like 100 work days, we can lower the amount again. Finish the current construction phase, and then it'll slowly trickle in the rest of the materials and finish the rest of the construction afterwards. Then we can open her up. Let me already prepare the waste wagons, I guess. I don't know if it's slow to import with like small Small waste carriages from the border. I guess that I would need to test, maybe. Let's see how slow it is with a normal waste carriage. Then we can compare. Like a large waste carriage, I mean. This one takes... Is it faster than at the incinerator? It's immediate, okay, so that one's instant. I guess that'll be a good comparison. Small waste container. What are you spending on importing workers? It's a bit. 1,000 rubles per month right now. I don't want to bring my own workers here. I'm just building that up with foreign workers, and it'll run with foreign workers in the future. It should be easily able to make at least 1,000 rubles per month. And we might even reduce the amount of workers imported, but there should always be an excess here. Alright, that one can also be built up. Down to 200 work days. And once that one is up, we'll have to actually provide workers to the fire station too. Which means that all of the garbage dumps might have to be built up with like our own workers. So we don't compromise the workforce to the fire station. Alright, fewer workers, they can finish building it up, and then we'll have to find a balance between the firefighters and the workers in the incinerator. So, small horse carriage, how long do you take to load hazardous waste here? If it's slow, then we need large waste carriages to go to the border, I guess. Which would be fine. It is very slow. Alright. So large carriages to go to and from the border. Wait, I haven't looked at the small carriage going to the border yet, I guess. I assume they're unloading slowly there too. So that's metal scrap. You're going to the customs house right now. You are the large carriage. How fast are you unloading? Then we'll have to check the small one. Could pause construction near the end and wait for dumps to be built first. It can start importing hazardous waste without the dumps and incinerating it. It has a lot of internal storage capacity. We will run it as soon as it's built. The dump is not necessary in the beginning for it to start making us money. Okay, it also instantly unloads. So my assumption is that this thing actually will very, very slowly unload. Maybe we can monitor that. I guess I could re-export the waste here and take a look. Sure. Show me how bad of an idea this is. How slow is this? It's not so slow, but yeah. The large horse carriage is instantaneous. So I guess you are going to deal with other transportation. You will pick it up from here. Well, you're going to do what this carriage is doing, basically. And then you will handle the transportation of the metal to the border. But first you have to unload whatever you have right now. Metal scrap, wait until loaded, go to the border, unload it. Okay, a little bit more efficiency. referring to the fire station dilemma. Oh yeah, we're still immediately going to run it. I don't need the dumps. I'll just use my own laborers, they can build it up slowly. It's not as important that it finishes quickly. Hello Scott. Welcome. Everything going well? Yeah, it's okay, thank you. Hope you're having a good week too. We're significantly out of money. I hope we can get that under control with the new incinerator. Because it costs us a lot. Not as much as the foreign workers to try and stabilize our loyalty, but still. So we have one dealing with the construction waste, we have two dealing with the import, and then one bringing it from the storage in the future to this one. But it can also technically directly load from the incinerator because it turns hazardous waste into mixed waste, so there's only that waste to load. I just like having the external building here because there's going to be more vehicles importing, I guess. So it doesn't look like a line coming into the building. There will be like 1 or 2 workers running the incinerator. The things we have to build afterwards are water substation and electricity, maybe a sewage pipe, sewage tank. Could import electricity from another connection directly with a wire. Doesn't have to be hooked up to our existing electric infrastructure because that would just be a high voltage wire that we don't really need right now. Let me know when that building is done, and then we'll hook up the vehicles, I guess. Where's the small one? Here. There we go. Workers to the fire station, workers to the incinerator, and a third of the workers to the other bus stop. So it doesn't spend all of the workers, it's a slow trickle of workforce. That is what we will do. It's a lot closer to the border on that route. And I guess we'll probably run you like every now and then, but for now we can wait until the storages are full. Do I understand correctly that only workers are constructing buildings at this time? Yes. But you can use, there are horse cranes, but there's no bulldozers or excavators, so groundworks has to be done fully with workers. There's no vehicle here yet to do bulldozing or, well, for groundworks it's excavation. That doesn't exist yet. First excavator becomes available at 1919, I guess? 1919. The Erie steam shovel. In the USA, so not even anywhere close near us. We will have to wait a while longer. Or get a vehicle production up and make those ourselves. Probably Western equipment is slower than horse carriages, yep. I can imagine. 8 kph. I mean, even the Eastern bulldozer is like really slow. That one's like also, I think 8 to 10, maybe 12. It's really slow. Here's the Hilt 75 bulldozer from USA, 1913. I mean, we could draw a dirt road all the way, but we would have to build a bridge to get them across, or terraform and raise the like terrain so much so that we don't disrupt the water flow, but we have like a little bit of a path for the vehicles to go through. It would only be a single bridge though, I think. Not sure I want to do that. And yeah, that one's working without electricity. Probably run it with like 2 workers only. I think it's 2 bridges. Is there one here? Maybe. Yes. Yes, there is. Then it would be 2 bridges. Dang it. Or we have to build it all the way around here and cross on this side. Building the far bridge was stuck. I would just bring workers there and raise the terrain so much so that the river still looks like it is there, but it's high enough for us to move a dirt road through the water. I wouldn't actually build a bridge, I don't think. I mean, building the bridge at the customs house would be relatively easy because we could probably get the vehicles and... no, we don't have horse carriages yet. We can't even get the resources there. Never mind. How long would sending workers there take? Way too much. Plus it would have to be a bus route, which means that we actually need grain along the way. Never mind. I'm not gonna do it. We're not gonna get excavators and bulldozers for a while. It's fine. I'm over it. Really, honestly. Destruction, waste, and ash. 30% or higher hazardous waste. No plastic this time. A little bit of fertilizer in here, so we're incinerating that, which could be profit. But we can't get it out anyway. Oh my god, the loyalty here has crashed so badly. So few tutors. Why is the loyalty already down to 43%? It's madness. People don't like living here. Or something caused their loyalty to drop heavily. I mean, the orphanage is always like a struggle to get started. Especially if you have way too many orphans. People are complaining about lack of food, which is weird. I guess there's not enough workers working in these buildings anymore. Is there something wrong with this settlement? Are there more people arriving here by horse carriage? Looks like it. Not sending enough workers to those structures, apparently. So they're going to the bus stop and then they get picked up because they want to go shopping for food inside our main city. That building maintenance is taking ages. I need a maintenance office here. I might even need like a small warehouse to store the mechanical and electronic components nearby, so that building maintenance is really quick. This is slowing that thing down for quite a long time. Oh. Wait, why are you trying to go in here? One of those 10 buildings near the football stadium. Low quality housing. This is where people live. They make sure nothing burns down here. Hello, Zadius. Welcome. Those are some barrack-style housing for the area. Oh, you are not inside the building, you're just... It looks like you are, but you're just standing next to it. Never mind, everything is fine. Still not done with the deliveries of the components. Sheesh. Was Swapja okay yesterday? Will you play it in the future or wait for more development? I started it off stream yesterday and I basically played it a little bit. So I think I'm playing it off stream. I might start streaming it again at some point. But the main games right now are Workers and Resources, and in the future probably Shadow Empire, and we still have Euro Truck Simulator, kind of like waiting to be continued. I'm not sure what they're planning on development, if it's mostly testing and polishing up, or what. I haven't looked at the roadmap, I guess. So it's still a mystery to me, I guess. If it is like already completely playable all the way through, or not. Hello Dentrasi. Welcome. And of course Trans-Siberian Railway. Yes, that simulator game also needs to happen again. That one's like being continuously developed, and they're like, as long as the funding is there, they're like planning on adding as much of the Trans-Siberian Railway as possible. Is it still early access? No, it's fully released, but they keep adding stuff to it. Such a weird game. I don't really need to export the ash yet, there's so much room in it. Just wait. We don't need to export. We can run this. For a bit. So yeah, we'll be adding a water and a sewage tank. And probably electricity to gain efficiency with this, but it does work on its own. We could also just double the workforce and then we don't need that. Would also be options. See, there's an office simulator released, I don't know. I have enough office for 8 hours a day. Well, it's like a trucker playing Euro Truck Simulator or something like that. Maybe people like being in an office. And maybe it's more humorous than actually being in an office, because simulator games sometimes are called simulator because they're just chaos. That could also be a thing. Way too many orphans, loyalty is not looking good. How's the count on higher educated citizens right now? I didn't get any migrants of those. Loyalty is still looking decent. Higher educated went up. It's like by 12. But it needs to continue. We need to stabilize the amount of higher educated citizens we have. We need every facility to run as efficiently as possible. And also like have some of the disloyal highly educated citizens move into this settlement so they can run the clinic and the secret police here. And people have actually moved in here. It was like down to 4, now it's up to 10. 5 per building, which is kind of hilarious. So they're running things, they're trying to run things. Maybe I should build the distribution office afterwards so we can deal with the fuel supply and things like that. I mean, when there's no construction, I guess the single distribution office bringing crops here every now and then might work fine. But it would be nice if it would just pick it up from this customs house, I guess. You know, Alchemy Factory could also be a game for you if you like that setting, but gameplay-wise I think it can be a good game for you. I hesitated getting that game because of the fantasy setting, or like what looked like fantasy setting. I don't know. It's on my wish list. Maybe on the next sale I'm gonna take a look at it. I've never tried the demo, so I have no idea. After Mine Mogul, I noticed that I would be probably enjoying some more automation games, I guess. But Mine Mogul was like more of a physics game than the automation game for me so far. I hope they do more systems. So 300 rubles per horse carriage here, it's very good. Mostly ash, doesn't rot away in this building. So it's like, if there's more than 50% ash, it's currently only at 6 tons or less. Really. Which will fix itself once the storage has been built. Also no Alchemy Factory. Oh, I already read that one. I thought that was a new message. Yeah. Think like suggested that one. I'm worried. I'm worried it might consume the rest of my little time I have. Not on this world, but like free time. I mean, I guess that's technically the same, isn't it? If you want to be dark about it. So we're running this with foreign workers. I'm also not particularly caring about the sewage piling up here. That is fine by me. It's not my people that are dying. You're getting paid extra to work here, do your job. But there's a sewage discharge right next to it, why aren't we using that one? Well, you're technically true, I guess. You're technically right. Could run a water truck and a sewage truck here too. But we aren't, so there's that. Or like a free technical service to deal with it, right in the area. I guess we can build them water and sewage supply. Like, not supply, but like removal. Small sewage pipe, no switch. don't think we can go to the switch here, plus it would prevent us from going towards the settlement in the future, so just connecting it here is like the right choice. Straight line it with the factory and then just go here diagonally. And water delivery has to be done by carriage, I guess. And then if we want even more throughput, we can throw in electricity too, I guess. Afterwards. Alright, I guess for now you can carry stuff from here to this storage until the other waste storage is done. We'll switch you over afterwards. Just get it out of the building and start getting it to rot away. The amount of orphans has dropped down to below 25 again. But we still don't have sufficient workers with high enough loyalty to actually run this well. There's a lot of people living in flats with high loyalty now, which is really cool. Not just the orphanage. But the orphanage is still needed to prevent the slow decay of loyalty. A functioning orphanage is kind of necessary to get that boost up to 100% loyalty. Otherwise it'll slowly dwindle, because teachers can only pull the loyalty of other students up to themselves at most. And if they don't do that, and they are at 70 instead of 72% loyalty, then you had a loyalty decay that you're not going to get back. So having your teachers for the school and or later on the university be really high, at that point it might work. Or alternatively, maybe a prison would work. But then you have to guarantee that a lot of them are highly educated. Maybe that's the alternative way. Maybe just having everyone be educated to higher education and then running a prison with loyalty boost would guarantee that most of the people get released with 100% loyalty and a higher education. I guess that would be the alternative. I should probably not do that. It's like compromising our fire safety. We'll just use our own workers to build this up, it's fine. At some point we'll have the technical office here, technical service. We can still bring in our own water. I mean, it's not that far away, and we do have extra vehicles. I guess this is fine. Yeah, it's bringing it to the fire station and the sewage treatment, the incinerator right now. So sending 2 vehicles this way. We can optimize that with the water tank. For sure. But let the foreign workers run the fire station, that's safer. Maintenance here is done. Has been producing because we had fabric in supply and storage. So now you're not going to the clothing factory anymore.
We're doing all of that at the cargo station here, loading, waiting until unloaded for fabric and then loading whatever clothing is here. Means you're not parked anymore on the clothing factory and you're out of the way, not causing a traffic jam. And a lot of you already have the fabric, so you should be going to the road cargo station right now. Not gonna tell everyone, but most of you, run the route correctly, please. And then when the clothing factory needs maintenance again, parking spaces aren't blocked because the vehicles are entering on the back end of the factory, away from the main entrance now. Same thing could happen for the incinerator if it wasn't running efficiently, and vehicles would actually wait until unloaded. But the maintenance should be done before this building runs full, hopefully. Okay, you need to be told to unload any type of waste, because apparently sometimes it doesn't work correctly. Now you're stuck with some mixed waste in there. Because during the unloading apparently it unloaded all of the hazardous waste and it was left with like 7 kilos of mixed waste, and it didn't keep unloading that. Oh no, the gas station has run empty. God dang it. Just continuously run crops to the gas station. It's better for the efficiency. I'll build a distribution office at some point. And when the road cargo station needs maintenance, the vehicles can still go in there, load and unload. It doesn't stop the complete operation of the system, so that resources and workers can be delivered to it to do the maintenance. This is safer. Oh god, the orphanage is struggling. No composure here. Not enough loyal people anymore. Ugh. Why did the happiness drop so much? I didn't think my republic was that bad. Is it really the lack of alcohol? It might be the lack of alcohol. Seems like it's not doing too badly though. Sometimes it has some people in front of it, but everyone should be able to get alcohol if they want it. %4 loyalty, that's not enough. Still some people with a higher education and enough loyalty to run this show, but Could be a lot better. I should exclude the party HQ again. The school has priority. That's our workers in the orphanage, I guess. I guess the orphanage could be excluded here too. Just party HQ is the overflow there. If there's no room in the school, you send the workers to the party HQ instead of the orphanage. Makes more sense for the highly educated, very loyal people, because then someone like this with 85% loyalty goes in here and pushes up the loyalty of the students a bit more, instead of bringing it down. That setting is not correct. Somehow that got clicked accidentally. That is not correct. It should be at 30%, or maybe even 25%. The mouse wheel works on this thing, I think, or something clicked through the UI. A bit weird. But yeah, make sure we have enough workers in there. Thank you. Did you, like, travel all the way to another feeder to refuel? You sure did. No, you're different. You're distribution office. Where's the other one? Where's the other vehicle? That one. You did the same thing. Alright. I guess. If everything goes well, the next time we'll have trucks, or like access to trucks. I have to think about where to use them, where it would make sense. And horse distribution offices won't be able to take trucks as far as I know. They only take horses. When was the first harvester that we can get? When does it became available? 29, I think. Yeah. 1929. Communal Combine. At that point we would make a ton of crops. And then horses might be viable again. Just from like production capacity of our own crops. Not from the cargo capacity. That is still going to be very small. Looks like we're a little bit slow on the delivery of workers here. Whenever the horse carriage has to go to a different refueling station, it doesn't work as well. Wait. No. You're not going up there to refuel again. There's already fuel back there. Ah, Jesus Christ. Don't be so stupid. Alright, that's the right one. Congratulations, you found the correct way to refuel yourself. The one where you unloaded crops into. And then hopefully you can keep that storage filled. Should hopefully work better for it. Yeah, maybe an electric substation and just a power line from the foreign power connection here would give it a little bit more efficiency. Early horse-powered harvesters were invented in the 1830s. Too bad they are not in the game. Yeah, it's not really planning on having horse harvesters yet. Maybe they'll add it at some point. I mean, could make sense. It would certainly help making village gameplay more viable, but the recent push towards horses has helped us a lot with like making something akin to more village-looking setups. So I'm really happy with that. Maybe in the future they'll change things. Maybe it'll be better. Okay, we'll drop this to 55. Need more tutors. Although it was running really well with 60%, I guess. Don't want to go down to 50% again. That's too little, I think, for the loyalty requirement. Speaking of loyalty, this year plus last year, still trending upwards. It's still working. We did have to get some migrants during that time, of course, because it's a very fragile setup. But if it's trending upwards, that means at some point it might become self-sustaining. That's the way we're trying to that's where we were trying to get to. Only 58 migrants. What will you do when you can afford railroads? Which industries would you justify it? I think the industry in the beginning would help us with like transporting enough crops from the border to our own food factory. And maybe at that point we could run a food factory, distillery and meat production and export the excess. And later on hook up our own crop production onto the train tracks. Which industries justify a railroad? Every industry. Yes, technically that's true. Even clothing production or chemicals benefit from a railroad, because a railroad is just more resource efficient after it has been set up. Since train tracks don't cost you any maintenance, you're only paying for the train engine and the buildings from the train. And a single train engine can pull 450 meters of cargo wagons, and it doesn't care about it doesn't simulate tractive effort, I guess, in this game as well. So you're not really limited on the amount of cargo a single engine can pull. So the cheapest train engines are the most efficient vehicles in the game, I think. I really like using long trains, I guess. Even the waste imports could be done with trains. They load slower than cargo wagons, but you can obviously transport a lot more volume. So this rail connection might be used for just hazardous waste import, nothing else. Maybe this is where our first train is going to be set up, to import hazardous waste, and then we have construction waste as a result that we can turn into gravel and maybe re-export. Would be fitting to have a coal mining town for disloyal people, yeah. That would be possible. The clothing factory town was kind of like the idea of testing if it is possible to run a town with quote-unquote disloyal people. It's still 50% or lower, it's not 25% or lower. But a coal mining town would be the same setting. I don't want to go just 25% or lower, because then the highly educated people wouldn't actually be able to work that well. This is not from this town, that worker. He arrived by horse carriage and is spending an awful long time working in here. A lot more efficiently. You are from Pruskov though. And you have 42% productivity. You might actually be able to heal people. But yeah, more disloyal towns, I guess, are kind of like planned. Villages mainly, but an actual fully on disloyal town would be an experience. It must not be the majority of our population, otherwise we're going to run into the same issue where They might start migrating back to our normal town. And who would want that? Down to 17 orphans. Now loyalty boost should be a lot more efficient. Gonna get a good batch of very loyal orphans out of this. Struggling a little bit with regular workers in the university. School's looking good. Once we have like guaranteed that everyone can run through the school at like 70% loyalty, at that point people living in the orphanage are also not going to have like much of a shortage of time running through the university. But it also means that more people will try to become highly educated, because they will finish the school education in time with reasonably high loyalty. Also wouldn't put them to work in an industry that you heavily rely on. You mean like... Oh no, I'm not going to make that reference. It's fine. There's our waste storage. Very good. Now you can pick up from here. Wait until loaded in that building instead. I was going to say like service industries in Western countries. You have some construction waste in here now, which I guess does happen. You will now wait and load. Okay, yeah, we might need the extra waste storage. Do we? Not really. Well, we kind of do. I was loading the mixed waste from here, and there's construction waste in the area. I have to set this checkbox. I can't prevent the waste storage right now, so let's flip that around. You'll have to load construction waste once. And empty that out, please. How's life under Tsar? Excellent. We're at 55% happiness, meaning that people are more happy than not. What more could they be asking for, to be honest? Alright, mixed waste only. That setting was kind of important for that storage, but now it should work. Even if all of the ash rots away, it'll never turn to just pure construction waste, and the horse carriage will always be able to load from it. Will we have World War I and Civil War impact our economy? No. No historical events are part of the game. They're random events and they might line up with it, but there's no World War II is happening, steel is becoming expensive kind of deal. Well, that's the beginning of a beautiful new settlement. Similar to Pruskov, it could be smaller. Like it might do with like a couple fewer residential buildings. We still wanted to have at least 200 people living there. Not necessarily 200 workers, just citizens. And then we get a research point from it that we can spend on another research. We should have 1, 2, 3, 5 research points right now. We got 3 free ones, 2 from settlements, and we only spent 3, so we can research 2 more things. There'll be another industry in Uston. I actually don't know about that. I think it's going to be no other industry. I think it's just going to be the incinerator because it's going to be heavily polluting here. Might not even have a secret police. I don't think people are going to live for long enough. This is just an overflow settlement. I'm not sure yet though. Maybe this could make sense to have like further away and then actually do the logging for us, and then we can bring that from... Like this logging setup was just temporary because I thought I could make money with it. I wanted the logging to be on a rail line and in the village, not on the city. So maybe Uston could run the logging in the future once the rail line is up. But yeah, I'm pretty sure the train tracks are going to go through here, come down and deliver hazardous waste by... I guess it could deliver by cargo connection. I don't want to build a waste dump, that is so polluting. Maybe, yeah, garbage transfer probably. Or directly into the building would be safer, but yeah, something like that. And then it would just maybe load the gravel again. So we'd have like a aggregate loading station nearby. I guess the waste wagons should also be able to carry construction waste. But I probably have like a couple aggregate wagons on the train that they can load it into. Should be a relatively short train. I'm not expecting a 450-meter long train here. Like less than 100 meters probably. God dang it. Sewage pipe. I'm trying to click you. Almost construction is done. I don't think I'm going to wait until we have the construction waste being turned into gravel. We could also just export the construction waste, like... It would be safer to do. I guess, instead of waiting for it. But if the train always exports it, I guess then there would also not really be any harm. 100-meter long train, 5-6 waste wagons, 1 aggregate wagon. The smallest loading stations we can find. Because the problem would be we would need an aggregate storage if we want to run it that way. And Uston would have to repair the train every now and then. That would be the job of Uston. Ustron, with an R. We can set up a power line to bring power to the settlement. It would be cheaper to build it diagonally, but I think this would be more the way they would build it, I guess. Could even set up like a fake footpath to the like the transformer at the border, just to make it look like was actually built intentionally. I kind of like the idea of doing that here too. Just like actually doing something that looks nice, just for the hell of it. I think that serves the aesthetic. And here it would be just a dirt footpath, I think. And since it's a free one, we can always remove that if it gets in the way of the other power line that we still have to build here. Which it might. Should be okay. And once the road is done, we can hook it in, and could also use just a visual one that doesn't actually affect anything. Although there are no dirt ones, it would have to be like a fake gravel one. We'll just set it up like that. Building things to make them look pretty. Maybe this could be diagonal. Yeah, maybe that could be diagonal. Let's redo that. Sure, like that is fine. At some point we'll complain that we built these here because then I don't have any room more for the gravel processing plant, and we'll replace it with underground ones, but I don't know. I'm fine with just... I like the above ground ones, they look nice. And there's still plenty of room here. And I guess this would be the storage for the train. Like, aggregate loading station could be hooked up to here, and we just export gravel instead of construction waste. And then every construction waste from the Republic could make its way into that building too. Not a bad thing, I don't think. Need more loyalty. We need to push the loyalty as much as we can. But we can't run out of tutors. But yes, the higher the loyalty of the tutors, the more stable and more efficient this whole thing becomes. Can we push it up to 60%? I think we might be able to. That would give more loyalty gain to the children if we have enough tutors, and it would also make it more stable if we don't have enough tutors. We would still gain loyalty and criminality reduction during that time. Like right now it's not enough, but it's still providing loyalty. At the cost of everything else. However, when we don't really get any loyalty anymore, then we don't have enough. I just need to see if enough people find its way into the orphanage to keep it running that way, because, like I said, it would be more stable if it does work. But 55% is also pretty good. Most people from the settlement need to balance itself and find, like, their time to go to the orphanage now, but I think we don't have enough. I think it would be safer at 55. Let's go back down to 55. Otherwise we're ruining our loyalty. I'll have to try that again later. Up to 39% loyalty, very nice. 5 people starving, no idea where that is happening. Probably people from Pruskov trying to get to Best Lady. And then not getting any food in Best Lady as well. I don't think there's any other explanation. Crop deliveries are sufficient. However, the worker deliveries are not. We might just bring our own workers here to run this. At that point we want the sewage dealt with, because the people will already suffer from enough pollution issues with working in an incinerator. I set the slider back, it should be fine now, come on, you can do it. Don't ruin this for me. Don't destroy my 99% loyal university-educated people that are growing up right now. I need more people moving into this building, teaching people inside the school. Because that is looking pretty good right now. They can teach until they drop below 70%, and then replacement teachers have to arrive. But yeah, this is working excellent now. We got a lot of very loyal teachers. And it should pull the students up to at least 70% loyalty. If they get a regular education. They might be higher if they live with parents who have a higher loyalty than 70. So yeah, bring water and sewage in order, electricity, and then maybe a horse carriage with workers from our own population here instead of foreign workers. In preparation for having it's like our own settlement, I guess. We're making money. Who knew that hazardous waste was so profitable? And yeah, building it very close to the border makes it more efficient because less transportation necessary to run it. But if you don't know what to do in the beginning and you want a stable income to try something out that is like weird, you can now just place a hazardous waste building and a fire station and it will just work. No electricity, water or sewage needed. It'll be less efficient, but it'll still provide you an income. I think our loan is going to be slowly paid back now without our intervention. Of course that's going to change once we start building more things. But I mean, at some point we'll have to build more stuff, of course. Okay, it's stable again. Good. We'll leave it at 55 for now. Get some really loyal orphans here that become new teachers. Thought importing hazardous waste to burn was not profitable anymore. It is. It's definitely profitable. Just if you overdo it. Like if you send... Like if you pull several tons of hazardous waste every day, then the price drops significantly. But with horse carriages we're not doing it a lot. So the price is not impacted as much. You can see every time we're importing the price goes up. But it's still profitable. Especially since we're also exporting the resulting waste. We're letting the ash rot away. And that leaves construction waste, and we can export that too for money. And on the other customs house we lucked out and got pure metal scrap out of it. Which we can then export too. For more money. The system works. It's just if you run like train loads of hazardous waste to you, you might drive the price in a way where it actually costs you to import hazardous waste. But it still might be profitable because then you're getting a lot of metal scrap and construction waste, so you're importing basically something for free or close to free, and you're then turning it into metal scrap that you re-export for profit. So it's a weird industry, but it will work. Depends on the efficiency of your transportation network and the throughput. How much you get out of it. So you need a building to separate metal scrap from mixed waste. Well, we're burning the hazardous waste, which leaves construction waste and ash. And then we leave the waste to rot on the open dumps. So the ash rots away and that leaves pure construction waste or pure metal scrap. It depends on what is inside the hazardous waste, of course. If there's construction waste and metal scrap, or construction waste and aluminum scrap in there, then it wouldn't separate itself, of course. But since there's only construction waste in here, which is the only component that doesn't burn, we can burn everything else down to ash, and then let the ash rot away. So we basically built a waste separation facility for that purpose, without requiring a waste separation facility. Pick up the mixed waste, which is ash and metal scrap, dump it here, it gets distributed, and once it rots away it leaves metal scrap only, which gets loaded by the horse carriages once that happens. And the throughput is so slow that the rotting away is actually fast enough. Otherwise you just would need more like dumps to dump it onto, I guess. But yeah, it's a way to separate things. If you know that you only have one waste type that can't be incinerated in a pile, you incinerate everything else and let the ash rot away. And then it gets loaded. And once it's fully loaded, it gets exported. Or you can smelt it into your own steel, I guess. If you have the tech for that. Maybe we should build a technical university and start making our own trucks only, not importing them. Do the same thing as Project 7 and say like any advanced vehicle has to be made ourselves if we want it. So we spend the next research points on researching up to rail, like rail production and making our own trains. Could be a thing. We'll just wait until the road is done building. Let me know when that one's done and we'll start the construction of the last piece here. Excluding the long one. That will take a while and consume a lot of workers. How would the trade deals factor in with buying the license for vehicles? It's production for my own republic. It's not for profit. As long as I don't export the vehicles, it's not a for-profit industry. So, as long as I don't export any vehicles, I don't have to import any resources for trade deals. With trade deals, I can just import them. It's like a food factory that you're running for your own demand. I made it slightly weird. That's fine. Slightly weird is the name of the game. Still looks okay. 100% loyalty. 18. Still got to survive 3 more years with no real loyalty drop for the majority of it, and you can be released into the building that provides university education to our school education to our citizens. We need more very loyal teachers in here. This needs to keep going. Up to 110 highly educated people, 19%. Okay, that road was fast, sure. Why am I thinking about an 1800 start, how much we could develop? I mean, if we allow ourselves like full unload of like incinerators, I would probably start with like the import of hazardous waste as like the first unlock, not even clothing factory. Just to be able to like build a relatively large nation. That could be cool. Couldn't do it with clothing factory, it just requires too many logistical things, but yeah, with like hazardous waste incineration, we could build quite a bit before it becomes an issue. Water and sewage tanks should be done soon. I mean, they haven't built them recently, so I guess we'll prioritize them a little bit. Yeah, we can assign you to finish that, I guess. It has a horse crane. It's on the last construction phase. It needs like 2 workers to finish. Maybe 3. Not many at all. Alright. You. Well, first of all, you need to drop this, I guess. So, drop it here. And then in the future you will load from this storage, wait until loaded for construction waste. I guess we can add that already. So construction waste, wait until loaded. Go to the border, unload. Should only be construction waste. And we'll remove the stop as soon as you've unloaded the construction waste with the ash. Then hopefully it'll dissipate. There's a lot of waste in here right now because it couldn't spread it out onto the large waste dumps. But any new delivery, it'll spread to the other dumps, and this will have the ash rot away slowly over time, and at some point there's going to be like a pile of 10 tons of construction waste here, which will allow our large hose wagons to transport a little bit more. I think I'll only keep one large wagon here for now, assigned to both large waste storages for now. Alright, we'll get rid of this. That should do it. The thing that is concerning in this area is the fire station, because we only have a single one with a single fire truck. As soon as the fire truck needs maintenance, it becomes inoperable until it has been repaired. And if during that time the incinerator catches fire, it might burn down before the vehicle gets repaired. Which is a bit of a concern, I guess. But if we had another settlement here nearby, we would have another fire station in the area. Which would help. Right. And with electricity, water and sewage, the incinerator will become more efficient, so we can probably run it with one worker only and the rest can go into the fire station. But the area itself should be very robust with the current setup. It would be perfectly safe if we had a second fire station, I guess. The maintenance offices, the horse construction offices have everything in range, so if something needs maintenance, they will repair it. Depending on how fast it burns, you could try to manually assign the other fire stations. Yeah, but they would have to go over there from all the way across. And I do not have fire warnings enabled. I'm running the game with no warnings enabled, really. Other than those that I activate manually inside buildings. So if there's a fire, I don't get any warning. If there's a traffic jam, no warning. Sometimes I scroll over an area and I see a traffic jam, and then I'm like, oh yeah, how long has that been going on? How many people have died because of it? Makes it a lot calmer, but also a lot more stressful, but it's mainly calm now. I really like it that way. Not enough workers in the indoor pool. I guess we need another building, huh? So many visitors. Maybe we'll set up that extra residential building. Just for the indoor pool? Sure. Just making sure we have enough workers in the area, dealing with like some service demands. I feel like we can increase our housing capacity a bit more. Heating seems to be... okay, I don't know yet. We have to wait until we're like full on the heat water tank. The large heating plant has to happen. We are over 70% apparently. Is it over 70% consistently though? And I don't know. This could be a concern. This could be what kills the Republic. Just too much heating demand. Also, this house is very close to the existing heating plant, encouraging me to maybe build that dedicated large heating plant sooner. Which is also something we want to supply with the trains. So we don't need horse carriages bringing coal to a large heating plant. Might overload our customs house a bit more. Speaking of overloading, relatively little traffic at this customs house and it's already overloaded because of the long travel time through the customs houses and all out the back before they get to the cargo station. But that's just a quirk of the mirrored customs house. At least it should only be a quirk of that one. Very good. Over 50% construction waste in here now. Because the ash is rotting away and the majority is being piled onto the other waste dump now, because it exists. It's trying to spread it out evenly. More workers. The amount of orphans increased back to 24. Do I have to get migrants to deal with this, or was it just a fluke? Loyalty is still at 98%. But if we have like many negative loyalty ticks of like 2% or higher, it wouldn't be great. You're 17, you have a university education already, you're just waiting to grow up and get released into the wild. You're 20, 97% loyalty. Gonna find a home in brick number 6. You know what? This building kind of deserves like a transparent, I think. I was gonna say like loyalty go here, but that would be a little bit on the nose. GR, grade 1 housing, grade A1 housing, sure, there, it's out the wrong side, no one's gonna see that anyway. But that's where the very loyal orphans with a university education have to go and run the school for us. Just gotta wait for the resources to get here, finish the construction of the water substation, sewage tank, and electrical substation, and then we'll have a very, very efficient incinerator. It runs with fewer migrants, I guess. Not sure we'd be even able to bring our own workers in that area. It's about as far away as Pruskov is from our bus stop up here. And the horse carriages were just too slow, so I think Ustron would be too far away without an intermediate bus stop. But then again, we would probably build an intermediate bus stop if we wanted to restart farming in the area, have a proper bus stop here for that time. And then we could carry loads of workers to Ustron. Maybe we could run a brick factory over there? I don't know. Not planned yet. It's minus 11 degrees. The heating plant is running over 70% capacity. If building maintenance triggers, and it has to do that, we would lose out on some heating. So currently our heat water tanks are over 80 still. So even with a loss of heating capacity, I think we would be able to not have anyone freeze to death in the settlement, but it is a concern. If we were like reliably under 75 for everyone, then I would be a lot more concerned. Because under 70, I think you're losing internal heating. Depending on like what map you're in. If you're on Siberia, you're losing that earlier, I think. At minus 45 degrees. So yeah, provide a little bit more housing capacity. Just regular education. High loyalty. No university needed. Because this will also cycle relatively quickly, because it's so close to the heating plant. Pollution here might be a bit more of a concern. But that's okay. That way we ensure that people with high loyalty have room to move into. The disloyal elements of our republic don't live as long. And it also takes care of the criminals, I guess. Very low crime. Moderate crime, 7%. But still relatively low. For not having a police station, it's very low. Plus a police station, courthouse and prison would also lower the loyalty, unless we were able to run loyalty boosting measures inside that. It would be really good to just focus heavily on really highly educated people. And yeah, maybe you can run it with like, instead of an orphanage, maybe you just build a prison. If the majority of people imprisoned are highly educated and you can boost their loyalty inside that prison, you might even get more of an effect out of it than with an orphanage, a more reliable effect. And then you just don't provide any police stations inside villages because you don't want your prison to handle like people with a regular education at all. That would just be a side effect inside the city, I guess, that some people with a regular education also get imprisoned. More tutors, come on. People with low loyalty walked in here again, didn't they? No? Not really. Just needs more tutors. I think we're having a negative loyalty effect now. It's a bump. It is flattening out. The loyalty gain has stopped. I think it might be time to get some more migrants to try and kick this off again. Just making sure we have enough tutors to have like a positive loyalty gain rate. A wave of 4,000 rubles worth of migrants every now and then to get our loyalty stabilized, I think it will be worth it in the end, once it becomes a self-sustaining system. But the amount of migrants I have to get is way lower than before. And we also don't need to get any highly educated people anymore. 115, almost up to 20% now. I did see when I clicked the university that there were not enough professors at that point, but I thought it was just a temporary fluke, so I didn't even comment on it. And that seems to be the case. We're in 1912. This is going to be the year the first trucks become available. Russobalts, I think, or Rubalts. 1912. Carry capacity of 4 tons, 5 tons, 7 tons. That'll be interesting to see how we can integrate that into our republic. Maybe we can restart the board exports. Or maybe we just use them for like a distribution office for the rail construction and bring boards that way. Definitely have to plan for rail construction, I think. The settlement we have, this lady, probably will do the rail construction. We don't want to be too far from the border to get it started. And yeah, I think we will hook this up going towards Ustron, because developing next to the water will be quite useful. If I were to start again, I would really focus on waterways and lakes. Just for the sewage discharge. So we don't have to worry about that. Even water purification I would probably do with a water inlet from the river instead of like a water well. Because it's very cheap. And spending a couple more chemicals is probably better than just having extra workers in a water well for a village or like small town. But yeah, if we can have a rail line going along this way, we could consider developing settlements along the river. Building towards the center of the map a little bit more. And maybe start a project of like building a bridge across here somewhere. Because there's a lot of free flat space in the area. Or at least like over here. Ah, that's flat enough. This is a new map. Hello, Pion. No. It's Poland map from the World Map DLCs, if that's what you mean. If you mean, did we start a new map? No, we have not started a new map. We're still on the Poland map. We just started a new settlement, Ustron. Closer to the water. When do ships become available? Like there was a canal barge, 1916. That could also be an option. Resource transportation by canal barge. Maybe. A little bit worried about this residential building. It's going to make a lot more orphans, I guess. Well, what can you do? We do need more. Also have to take a break in like 10 minutes, I think. Gonna go get some food and chill a bit. And then we might go back to Stalker 2, I think, later today. I'm really enjoying that game. It's like pushed out everything else, I guess. Wonder when waste transport per ship becomes a thing in vanilla game. I don't think they want that, because you could make too much money with it. I think waste transportation by ship is would just be way too profitable. Because the market price would recover while the ship is like running. I don't know. I assume it's not gonna happen. But yeah, we're financially more stable now. Did have to get some migrants last month. Stabilize our orphanage. Should have reinvigorated the loyalty gain again a little bit. Or at least like set it on the trend to go up again. Maybe not. At least it reduced the loyalty loss that our current orphans will experience while they're trying to grow up. But we do need a positive loyalty trend, for sure. Hopefully we can get some extra housing and have some more loyal people move in to run these facilities for us for longer. It would be nice. And we need the super loyal teachers running the school for us. That is also very important, because that'll just move a lot of people into the general workforce. We do have it throttled here by throughput, preferring students based on education. Just so not everyone gets like really loyal and suddenly wants to go to the university. Although that wouldn't be bad, I don't think. Maybe that wouldn't actually be the worst. But I don't know. I don't want to overwhelm the party HQ with students right now, so we've limited it at the school, not at the university, I guess, to keep this throughput as high as we can. Alright, build these buildings up. They have enough resources. This one still has one extra construction phase, so I won't do that, but these ones can be completed. Don't have to worry about those. They'll unassign themselves from the bus stop as soon as they finish. Water substation, there we go. I'll just need the sewage pipe. And I guess the electricity, but yeah, water supply and electricity will make this building a lot more efficient. And then 2 workers, or maybe even 1 worker, can run it. Probably 2. Maybe increase the throughput a little bit more. Still at 300 rubles per carriage load, which is really good. Customs house is not looking that great though, but that's because we're building the road here and they're importing gravel. Once that is done, then the customs house becomes like not strained at all. Once we have a settlement pulling resources from the customs house, we couldn't pull construction materials from it anymore at all anyway, because then the settlement would take priority. Or we would have to set up a transfer point, a resource storage internally, and only have 1 vehicle continuously running to import resources. And then when the construction vehicles need to build something, they can pick up in bulk from that storage, but never the customs house. That way we regulate the throughput on the customs house, if we need to. That way storage is also almost ready. I guess we can finish that one too. Then maybe get a second waste wagon, or just tell the existing one to visit both storages. Drop down to 92% loyalty. Unacceptable. Not enough workers here. You're at 39% loyalty. You will be moved over to the heating plant. It's going to create a lot of orphans, I guess. So in the same vein, we're going to refresh our loan and fill this building with new workers, which are going to be loyal enough to run the orphanage reliably. But yeah, we're going to go through a wave now with way too many orphans because of what I just did. I think these buildings have to go away, and I might need an overflow building. Maybe this one needs to be the overflow building, so I move them over to this side instead, so they don't generate more orphans when I already have too many. Don't move them in there. That's our building for the most loyal teachers. Gotta keep that one free. I guess I can dump a couple extra workers in here. We already have enough highly educated people in that area. Just make sure we don't get any extra orphans right now, I guess. Sure. 5 people are fine. Get the loyalty going again. 95% loyalty is still really good. but make sure this trend keeps on going. 15,000 rubles worth on migrants. Hopefully that'll last us like a couple months. And in the end, the higher our average loyalty throughout the Republic, the less often we need to do that. But we got a significant boost here from migrants. That was like 20 or 30. 48, it says. And then we got a couple migrants here, boost it up further, get things stabilized again. It'll start a loyalty trend upwards, it'll flatten out at some point, and then we have to become active again. Until it becomes self-sustaining. The higher the average loyalty of the Republic, the more likely the chance that there will be always enough workers with sufficient loyalty inside the orphanage. And we're going to drop it down to 50%, I'll keep it at 55 now. That's the goal that I want to go for. Because that's a lot more loyalty gain per worker than just 50. If we can guarantee that we have enough workers, of course. But yeah, in the end, the more the population grows, the more important the fact that we might need another orphanage because we just have too many. Because then we can have 40 tutors caring about like 40 orphans balanced across 2 orphanages. But yeah, I want to set up like a... For that purpose I want to get Soviet functionalism, and then we can set up a settlement that is only focused on providing the best education for the orphans possible. And with the new loyalty checkboxes, that should be no problem, I don't think. People would only be able to allow to move into that settlement with 75% loyalty. It would be filled with monuments. It would have its own food supply, clothing store, attraction buildings, like it would have everything. But its purpose would be to create loyalty for the Republic. Send a couple of workers here to finish the groundworks, please. A lot of buildings needing maintenance, apparently. That's fine. Sewage pipe does not have a priority on that. Sewage tank can hold a bunch of sewage before it needs to be emptied. Way more than the building can. So take your time with the building maintenances, they have priority. Do those first. But yeah, I'm going to call it here for today, for workers and resources. That was good. I'm glad we added the extra incinerator, I guess it'll give us more flexibility. At some point the Republic will grow so large that the incinerators won't really provide enough profit. And then we either have to get materials from the incineration or just develop something else. Once we get access to trains in 1919, or even with the trucks, we should be able to develop a larger industry. However, my focus would probably be on trains. In any case, thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the stream. I'll be back later today. Let me see if I can raid you somewhere. Expect probably that we are going to go into Stalker, I would imagine. I'll raid you over to Zadelier, who's playing Europa Universalis 5. Still playing in Indonesia. Europa Universalis 5, if you don't know, is a game that simulates the world from 1337 to 1837. A grand strategy game where you can play as any sufficiently centralized nation, or like sufficiently, yeah, I guess sufficiently like organized nation in the world, starting in 1337. And you develop it through a bunch of eras, the Age of Reformation, the Age of Revolution, to hopefully survive. Winning is based on your own goals, be it world conquest, be it whatever you want to be. In any case, take care everyone, all the best. Hello Hetzberger. Thank you. Good evening to you too. And everyone else, maybe I'll see you next time. I'll wait a little bit longer. I'll let it tick down. I think sadly is currently in advertisements, but it should hopefully end fairly soon. So I'll let the timer tick down right now instead of like sending you over. Just give it a little bit of time. He'll be back soon. Bye bye.